Hey, everybody, how's it going? What's new? I hope everybody had a nice day off yesterday. I didn't stream. Uh, got a new computer. That's why I came in yesterday and I spent all day trying to get it to work. And it didn't really work out the way I thought it would. It was really, yeah, the intro was a little long. I was trying to make sure everything was working right. Like I said, I just got a brand new computer. Do I look any different? Do I sound okay? 'Cause I'm not sure. I'm not sure if everything, the settings are right, and I'm trying here and I'm doing the best I can. So if it's too quiet or if it's too loud, let me know. I'll make some adjustments. I hope I look better because should look better. I have a 5090 graphics card, so it should be what what they say. It should be really good. So let's see who we got. The Saglance. What's up, buddy? How you doing? None of your business. Mother of Papillons is cooking dinner, so she's just lurking for right now. Catherine K, how you doing? Marjorie Smith, hello. JD, Steve Hilliard. How you doing, buddy? Or Doxy Mom, hi. Ank, what's up? Daniel Gygax, how you doing? And Tay Marie, how you doing? Hiya. Yeah, long intro. I know, buddy. It's like I said, so you're just here for the beginning. So I'm hoping everything's going to work out. I want to thank everyone who was here for the birthday stream. It was fantastic. It was a big success. It was a great hit. We got a whole bunch of new members. I think we got 30 new members with the gifted members, and everything went really, really well. Um, uh, yeah, I was. Well, I felt a little groggy in the morning the next day, but then I felt better. But it just like I said, like I still don't have everything ported over to the new computer the way. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so 5x5, everything looks good. Looks and sound great. Sound is good. Okay, cool. All right, let's see here. So let's bring this up. Add to stage. No. No. That good. No, see, it's not. I got to do this, I guess. I guess I have to do this to make it better. Yeah, I guess I have to do this to make it better. Get it to blow out like that. I guess I have to do a full screen. I thought I could do it the other way, but it won't let me. It'll just be small. So this is a story that I wanted to get to. Yeah, it's the new era of 5090 Jim. Let's see. Hopefully the picture should look good, though. It should look good. Let's see. It's anyway. So this is a story. This is a couple days old, but I never got to it. I wanted to talk about it. I tried to bring it up on the birthday stream with Bronca, but he thought I was talking about the little girl in Finland or Denmark or whatever that pulled out the knife and the dagger. So I just let it go. I didn't bring it up. I just kind of went from there. Oh, I'm gonna have to pull this story up when I get in a minute here. The story of a lovely lady. Yeah, this girl. This is Minnesota. I don't know if you guys remember. This is a girl who was at the park with her child, and somebody was going through her bag or stealing something, and she said some bad words. Well, now they're arresting her and charging her with a crime for saying bad words in America. And I don't know, man. I thought that was I didn't think that was allowable in America. I thought we had this thing called freedom of speech in America. Uh, I thought that's what we had in America. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I need some 299 gifted membership. They're not what they're still a five. All right, I'll fix that. Hold on. Give me a second. I forgot I should have did something before I started anyway. I forgot to do this. Off. Save. Mm-hmm. I go here to community, right? And I go, no community or customization. No settings. Settings? Where is it? Maybe it's in current things. Hmm. Yes. Overview. Why can't I find it? Memberships. Here we go. Memberships. Sorry. So if I go here to no, where is it? Here we go. Gifted memberships. All right. Done. All right. So now I changed it. Sorry, I changed it to the lowest level. I can't do it any lower than that to 399. So yeah, hit the like button. What's this? Did I miss a bunch of stuff? Yeah, I set it to the lowest level, which is 299, I think, or 399. I don't know, whatever the lowest level is. Hey, Tika, how you doing? I don't know. You might have to refresh the screen to get it. So yeah, because I would like to get if I as soon as I hit 200 members, I'm going to do some member only streams. But until I get like 200 members, it doesn't really seem like I'm. What am I doing a membership only? Kind of limiting what you can do. Anyway, so yeah, Minnesota is. Let's go on to the story. Sorry, I've been. You've seen $1.99. Yeah, but you have to set that up in the beginning, like when you first set it up. I I can't change the price of them now, and I can't. It won't let me add another tier. It's 299 now. Okay. I think it's 299 now. I don't know. I set it at the lowest level, whatever it is. I think. Let me go back and look again, see what it says. No, wrong one. Info, special features. Yeah. This content live. All right, I've done this derailed the show enough. Uh, so Minnesota's threatening to jail Shiloh Hendricks for saying mean words to a Somali. This is the same state that gave the lightest sentence possible to a Somali who raped a 12-year-old girl after abducting her out of the backyard. We actually covered that story a while back. Dragged her out of the backyard and stuff, and then like the excuse, and then the local mosque, wrote a letter to the judge saying, that the girl was, wearing tight clothes or unwanted or something odd, very odd behavior. So yeah, so the country is definitely broken. Thanks, Obama. Shiloh Hendricks has been charged with 3 counts of disorderly conduct. See, it says criminal complaint filed against woman accused of calling a child a racial slur at a Rochester playground. The Rochester City Attorney's Office has filed a complaint summons related to the April 28th event at Roy Sutherland Playground in Soldiers Field Park. The complaint charges Shiloh Hendricks with 3 counts of disorderly conduct, which could lead to a maximum of 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine, according to Minnesota statute. Yeah, so. mm, yeah. In early May, a Rochester man shared a video online allegedly showing Hendricks calling a child a racial slur. The draft complaint requires review and approval by the district court judge. The city attorney's office emphasized the complexity of the case, noting that extensive evidence and necessary involvement of the crime victim's perspective as required by Minnesota law. How is there a crime victim of disorderly conduct? That's not something you need a victim for. That's a state statute. It's like disorderly. It's not. This was a situation that deeply affected many people, especially our communities of color, and caused real turmoil in our community, shared Mayor Kim Norton. We have knowledge the lasting impact this instance had, not only those directly involved, but also the broader conversation happening at state and national level. These moments remind us the complexity and far-reaching impacts of far-reaching situations like this. So, mm, so I don't know. So basically, they don't understand that there's a First Amendment. I mean, this is gonna basically what they do is they know that unless someone's got money and they can fight this and take it to a federal court and appeal it, you know, they ain't gonna challenge it, so they're gonna let it go. So that's what a lot of cities do. The city of Chicago used to do that with their gun crimes. City of Chicago basically was illegal for anyone to have a gun in Chicago, but they made it a low-level misdemeanor. That was no, you're fine, Hank. I meant to do it. The only reason I switched it to the higher tier is because I was gifting the subs out. And so when I was giving out the free gifted subs, I didn't want to do the lower tier. And then I just forgot to change it back. So I do every month. I gift out 10 subs because you get gift out 10 for free. So I do it every month. I'm sorry, not every month. So I change it to a higher tier. That way it's a better gift out, I guess. I don't know. Well, the new computer I think is okay. Do I look better? Don't I look younger? Like a nice, pretty face? Clearer picture? You know, and people go, they never swear. They're actually saints. They're better than everyone else, according to Brandon Johnson of Chicago. He said that they're, that they help people better than more than anyone else. So yeah, so the complexity of the case, we acknowledge the lasting impact. These moments remind us of the far-reaching impact of situations like this. The city remains committed to staying engaged and proceeding with transparency and care, continuing efforts that support accountability and progress in Rochester. The city attorney's office is committed to a fair legal process while recognizing the case's emotional and lasting effects on the community. Yeah. So, and actually, I know someone who works for the city's attorney's office there, and they told me migrants are frequently let off, even on serious charges, usually so they don't get deported. No wonder they see Shiloh as such a threat to them. Oh, yeah, I didn't even do any gold tonight. I didn't want, because I don't want to go that long tonight. Maybe 3-4 hours tops. So I don't know. I'm muted. I'm not muted. What are you talking about? Why are you telling me I'm muted? You messing with me? Tell me I'm muted? What's up? I'm not muted. What are you talking about? Who's muted? Are you saying you think you're muted in the chat? You can't hear me? Well, everyone else says they can hear me. Hold on. Let me check something, guys. This is Shiloh Hendricks has been charged with 3 counts of disorderly conduct. It's coming through fine on Rumble. So I don't know. Criminal complaint filed against a woman accused of calling a child a racial slur. Double check at a Rochester Park, Rochester Playground. Rochester City Attorney's Office has filed a complaint. I just pulled up Rumble and I hear it coming through Rumble. So I don't know. Maybe it's something on your end. I don't know. I'll try with so everyone is telling me the sound is fine. Is there anyone else on Rumble? Oh, the Costa Rican expert says they hear it 5x5. They're on Rumble. So it's just you, Rachel. But check it out. Sorry. Maybe check something on your computer. Maybe your headphones not plugged in or something. I don't know. Maybe you got weird stuff happens, especially when they do updates on computers. Dr. Lemley says Rumble's good. So, all right. No, there's no echo in here. I'm good. So, and there's another one. So she was charged for being white tribes up before it's too late. Well, I don't know about all that, but and then this is the Rochester man in question that filed a complaint against her. So just so we know who we're dealing with here. So. There's another thing too, which I didn't have pulled up, but I'm gonna pull it up right when we're done with this story because it's another thing I didn't talk about the other night, but I think is very, 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 very telling. So I'm hoping I get a video somewhere that I can use to delay. So Shiloh Hendricks charged for the viral video after saying a slur. She's now facing jail. So let's see let's see. Here's the video.
Did you call him a nigger, the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the nigger word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
All right, that's what you say.
Okay, so he come up to her and he said the word multiple times, asking her a question. Did you say this word? Did you say this word? And she's like, what? What are you talking about? And so I don't know if she said it or not to them, but she obviously was like, fuck you. I'm not going to deal with your shit. You want to come up to me and say this word, trying to be this thing with the thing. I'm going to say it right to your face. So I don't know, seems.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody digging into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a nigger? The little child?
What, if he acts like one is gonna.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call a child, 5-year-old, a nigger, the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act.
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech, and you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Huh.
There's no such thing as hate speech. Go back to
We'll see
Somalia, you
about that. What
fucking
the internet has to say
scumbag.
about you.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see. This is the people trying to bring the shit here. She's not been charged. They released a charging decision, which means they are going to ask a judge to approve the charge. Look at how he's trying to play these fucking games. Yeah. And this guy says, in America, if you call black kids stealing from you the gamer word, they send you to jail. I don't know what. 8 years old, not 5. I don't know. They keep changing the age. They'll do whatever. And, so, well, I know she got over 800K in the GoFundMe, but that was before any of this. So I think the GoFundMe is going to go up quite a bit. But she's got enough money to actually, with that 800K, and she's got backing, she could actually take it and get this statute ruled unconstitutional because, that's what I'm saying. What is this, Karen? What does it say? 2002 Hava public law, sufficient discrimination, and existed to justify extending special provisions. The AC to states compliance means funds for programs just in bad manner. Oh, it was your Bluetooth? Yeah, that can happen sometimes. So, there are parts of America that simply aren't America anymore. You can say what you want here. At least you should be able to. Oh. And this is lifelong patriots. Our founders were free speech absolutists. They'd be disgusted with the limits we have today, even the whole inciting violence garbage, which they did plenty of themselves. They understood the difference between saying something and doing something, which is true. This is Mark Randazza. He's a very prominent First Amendment attorney. So, disorderly conduct charge for using a disfavored word is constitutionally indistinguishable from being charged with the same for burning your own flag. Because this was funny, is that the day that all this stuff happened, where they were going around talking about the burning the flag stuff, people going, "Oh my God, you can't do this." This happened the same day. But did you see a bunch of people run around saying, "Wait, you can't do this"? No, I just realized I never shared my stream out on Rumble or I never shared the streams out today. Oh, well. We'll see. Yeah, should I? Why can't I find it? Can't find it now. I have to look for it somewhere else. Sorry. I saw the story about that beating. Remember the people that were beat by the mob outside the Jazz Fest in Cincinnati? That they charged the guy that got beat with incitement because he, like, basically people were, community leaders were calling for him to be charged because he incited those other felonies by causing those people saying words to them or whatever that made them come and beat him. So he should be charged with incitement. And they did. They charged him, but I can't find the story now. I saw it. No, I can't. So she's going to seek viral video using a slur, charged, faces jail and fines. The woman seen a viral video using a slur at a kid in a park will be charged with 3 counts of disorderly conduct. She's facing 90 days in jail or $1,000 fine. Earlier this year, Shallow Hendricks, a Rochester mother, raised over $750,000 through Give Send Go fundraiser to protect her family after a vicious online witch hunt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she needs to let her attorneys handle this, definitely. But she's going to probably need, it's going to cost her some money. So it's a good thing she's got some money. The now deleted viral video shows Hendricks being confronted by a man who accused her of using the N-word in reference to a 5-year-old who she said stole the diaper bag from her 18-year-old, son. They previously reported the man recording the video now accused stalking and doxing her, demands to know why she used the N-word in the confrontation. Yeah, he keeps asking her. The video ignited instant backlash with critics branding her a racist and launching a coordinated campaign to ruin her life. According to Hendricks, the video of the confrontation posted by a man with a reported history with law enforcement. Yeah, he's a convicted pedophile, but he shouldn't have been in a park anyway. Led to her home address, phone number, and even her social security numbers being leaked online, putting her family in danger. The Rochester City Attorney's Office moved to leverage 3 counts of disorderly conduct against Shiloh Hendricks, a woman who used racial slurs against a small child with a disability. So none of this matters. Disability, small child, Molly, none of that matters. The only reason you have her saying it to the guy that said it to her first on video. That's all you have. That's all you have. The guy said it to her first. She repeated it back. Sorry. The legal complaint is still subject to review and approval by a court, but it concludes that she wrongfully and unlawfully engaged in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct, or in an offensive, obscene, and abusive language that would reasonably tend to arouse alarm or anger, or resentment in others. Well, then why isn't that guy that recorded the video also charged? Because he used the same word. If it's illegal to say that word, then he must be charged too. It's a matter involving a large amount of evidence and require careful consideration of potential charging options across multiple offices. Additionally, under Minnesota law, prosecutors are required to involve and consider the perspectives of crime victims. Well, she was a crime victim because someone was stealing from her bag, but that doesn't matter. Given the sensitive and complicated nature of this case, along with the high level of public attention, completing the necessary reviews and conversation with the victim's family took longer than usual. Why? They didn't speak English? They didn't even understand the word that was said? City Attorney's Office remains focused on the legal process, committed to ensuring a fair process. You know what I hope actually happens is I hope that Harmeet Dillon, U.S. Attorney in charge of civil rights, the Civil Rights Division, comes slamming down on them like a ton of bricks and says, you can't charge people with crimes for saying something, for saying a word. It doesn't work that way. Sue the city, get them to take a couple $1 million out of the city. That would be nice. Mm-hmm. Then you got the local news. Women accused of calling child a racial slur is now charged. The only person that accused her of that was the guy who said the word. Mm-hmm. The racism has no place here, all these people, these idiots. Freedom has no place in Minnesota. I hate to break it to you. You guys might want to deal with all the trannies shooting people and the Somalis rape gangs and the other stuff that's going on, the illegal voting and the ballot harvesting. You guys might want to take a look at that, when you're got, the governor involved with some crazy dude just killing people. You might want to, take a step back and, you don't have to worry about words. You have to worry about deeds. Yeah, a woman accused of racial slur. She's facing 2 misdemeanor counts, accused of calling it. Now it's an 8-year-old boy with autism a racial slur and using it again in a viral cell phone video. But the guy said it to her in the video. What is wrong with people? The boy took an applesauce pouch from her diaper bag, so he stole food. Oh, he stole his food from her starving child. And it's so ridiculous. The guy comes up to her saying, "Did you say this word?" and says the word multiple times, but he's not charged because what? Is he not charged because he's just black skin? Well, that would be the definition of a racist law. If it's only going to be charged with people with white skin, that's a racist law. And sue the fuck out of the city and the state. And facing 3 counts of misdemeanor. So that's that story. I want to find this other story though. It's really pissing me off. Hold on, I gotta find this story. got to find this story. So let's see here. Huh? Back. That's not the one I was looking for. Okay, here it is. All right. All right, I found it. Don't cuss. I try not to, but sometimes. So it's a criminal case is being brought against a victim in last month's viral beatdown. Come on, why do you do this, man? The 45-year-old white victim was arrested earlier this week, Cincinnati police confirmed. The victim, Alex Terchavinski's lawyer, revealed his client was hit in the head 28 times and robbed during the attack while trying to protect his girlfriend and another friend while the group was enjoying a night out. Oh, I forgot to do a goal. Now he's being treated as a criminal. Hold on.
That is, it has made Alex a victim now for the second time by bringing criminal charges against him. As far as the charge, Alex was hit 28 times in the head. At all times, he was acting in self-defense of himself, self-defense of his girlfriend, and self-defense of his friends that were there with him at the club that night. The slap that you've seen in some of the news outlets, Mike, has not been shown accurately. What actually occurred is Alex was hit multiple times before he slapped back in an attempt to try and defend himself and back off this group of thugs. Well, given the lateness of the filing of these charges and some of the political motivations behind it, I can't say for sure, but I think some undue pressure is being put on people to try and bring charges against this group of victims. Well, I think it's a pretty clear case of self-defense and self-defense of third persons, which is an affirmative defense under Ohio law and should result in a not guilty verdict. We have filed and asked for a jury in this particular case and plan on trying the case to a jury if they don't dismiss it, which should be done.
Okay. Yeah, so and this is the white man who was brutally attacked by a group of black thugs in Cincinnati, Ohio, has been arrested. They're bringing criminal case against him, the victim. You can't make this stuff up. Yes, this guy that was all beat up, he's getting arrested. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was just getting ready to do a goal, Trumpinator, too. Well, I try not to sometimes, thus say Jim. I try not to swear, except when I get very upset, then you're here to get blackpilled? All right, well, I guess I shouldn't even do the goal now, since I guess I have to keep track of this, so thank you. Thank you very much, Julio. Thank you very much, Trumpinator. Give me 1 second. I got to fix the goal thing. I was just getting it set up, and I got sidetracked. 2 hours. 2 hours. Oh. Okay, and I'll take those two off of the total just so everyone's clear. Well, we'll get this. I did do a goal, but I didn't have those. I didn't have it set up. It shouldn't be. I switched them, Hank. I switched them down. So either it takes a while, or you have to. Did you retry refreshing your whole screen and everything, coming out and coming back in? So let me see if I try to gift memberships, what it says. Membership gifting. No, it's now if I do it, it says 10 memberships is $39, so it's still $3.99. So, but that's the lowest I can make it. Sorry. Okay. Right now, anyway. So let's read the story. No. What is going on here? I'm having a lot of trouble with this new computer trying to figure out how to make everything work. Suspect who allegedly sparked racially motivated Cincinnati brawl indicted on federal drug charges. What? The suspect instigator in the racially motivated Cincinnati brawl that left one mother unconscious has now been slapped with federal drug charges on top of the laundry list of offenses he's facing for his role in the brutal beatdown. Jermaine Matthews, 39, was indicted for conspiracy and intent to distribute a whopping 40 grams or more fentanyl. Say what? Say what? Say what? What? That's crazy. Okay. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Ohio wrote in a press release on Monday. Oh. He was also charged with operating a premise on Kenton Street in Cincinnati for the purpose of trafficking narcotics. Say what? Alongside 3 other co-conspirators based in the city. But yeah, I guess if you're selling drugs and stuff, maybe you shouldn't be running around beating people. Maybe. Yeah, I thought the bartenders were at fault. That's what they were saying, right? Seems like maybe the people were all hopped up on something else that this guy was selling at his premises there. So why does this keep doing this? Matthews, who was described as the primary coordinator of the July 26th brawl in downtown Cincinnati, was on bond after being charged locally with aggravated riot and assault, the U.S. Attorney's Office added. He don't look happy. Oh, what's this? Minneapolis gunman blamed massacre on mom, warning him not to change gender. Oh. I'm gonna have to pull that up. Hold on 1 second. I wanna, because I need that for another story that I got. I didn't see this before. What's this? Maybe I didn't get to that yet. Let me look. Hold on. Did I not get to the trans? Oh. Oh, yeah, that's a way off. Put it over there. Put it way over there. Okay, where are we? The violent ringleader was rearrested Monday by federal agents and officers with the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office, according to prosecutors. I don't know why. I don't know, Hank, why it would still be stuck there. I just checked, like I said, on mine. I didn't refresh it, so I don't know. Seems weird, odd that it would still be stuck there, but I don't have an answer. Matthews and 8 others were first snatched up by the Cincinnati police earlier this month and hit with a slew of charges for their alleged roles in a nearly deadly scrum that left one local woman, only identified as Holly, badly beaten and unconscious around 3 a.m. outside of a downtown nightclub where she was celebrating a friend's birthday. Alex Cherziski was caught on video shouting racial slurs at one black man in the group before slapping him in the face. That's not really what happened now, is it, there, New York Post? He was already beat before he did any of that stuff. That was after the first beating happened. Yeah. I know YouTube is all screwed up. I don't know what's going on with them. I can never fix it. It remains unclear what sparked the brawl, but chaos quickly ensued as a group. Wait a minute. You just said that this guy was shouting at them and screaming slurs before slapping one of them, and now you're saying it's unclear what sparked the brawl. It's pretty clear what sparked the brawl, ain't it? But chaos quickly ensued as a group of black men descended on Cheshirsky and Howley, who were both white. 7 people, all of them black, were arrested and charged with involvement in the attack. Meanwhile, Holly came within inches of losing her life. She was captured on video line, face up as blood poured out of her mouth. Matthews was arraigned August 14th as the second person arrested in connection with the beating to face unrelated federal charges. Maybe. I mean, the one guy's mother said that he told them that they said they were going to go mess with these Russians. So, I mean, unless they were, well, maybe not white for Russian people. Maybe they hate Russians because of all the propaganda that's been put out about Russians. I mean, that's what I saw written down, that one of the perpetrators said, "Hey, let's go, F with these Russians." Montez Merriweather also faced federal charges with illegally possessing a firearm as a previously convicted felon. Jefferzeski, who suffers injuries from his face, was eventually hit with disorderly conduct for his role after the lack of charges sparked public outrage. So you get charged with disorderly conduct for getting your ass beat in the street. You should have gotten beat up quieter, I guess. You were screaming really loud when they were kicking you, and the blood that you were spurting out of your mouth was getting on the sidewalk, and that's disorderly conduct. You upset other people, the sight of the blood, you see. Yes. The sight of the blood, you see. So. On to the next story we have here. Federal appeals court rules most of President Trump's tariffs are illegal. What? How could that be?
Breaking tonight, just moments ago, actually, a federal appeals court ruled most of President Trump's tariffs are illegal. The court is saying the president exceeded his authority in imposing those levies. There's a catch, though, in this ruling. Correspondent David Spunt has details tonight, breaking just minutes ago. Good evening, David.
Brett, good evening. The catch is that the tariffs can stay in place until October 14th. That's when the mandate from the circuit court, the federal circuit court appeals decision, actually kicks in. This was a 127-page decision that just came down within the last 30 minutes. We're reading it, but it finds that most of the president's tariffs are unconstitutional. This was published to the public docket, as I said, within the last few minutes. Now, the panel found that the tariffs on nearly every country were not authorized, Brett, by the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, and therefore are illegal. The court writing today unanimously, the statute bestows significant authority on the president to undertake a number of actions in response to a declared national emergency. But none of these actions explicitly include the power to impose tariffs, duties, or the like, or the power to tax. Now, arguments were recently held in Washington, D.C. This gives the administration the green light to go directly here to the U.S. Supreme Court, which we expect to happen very soon. We've not yet heard from the White House, but we are
I don't like
expecting
Fox
something
News, to tell you the
this
truth. It's
hour.
just the only one this was the video that I found on Twitter fast, the first video I saw. So the one, okay. And then Doge AI, who's my go-to, is what law? Constitution doesn't get authority to do such action. I don't know if the Constitution authorizes the president to levy. Wait, what am I doing? To levy tariffs and stuff like that. I know it's supposed to be up to Congress. The problem is Congress passed statutes that basically gave the president the authority to do it. So no, I don't like MSDNC. I honestly get most of my news from Twitter and look at stories myself, and Ground News. I use Ground News to look up stories, and I look at both sides and and see try to parse what the truth is between the two sides, or whatever, where the stories are coming from. But I mean, these days, honestly, Fox News is just as bad as CNN. It's not as bad as MSNBC. But hey, Diamond G, how you doing? So, I have to see. So it says the courts once again are overstepping. Halting Trump's tariffs isn't about legality; it's about sabotaging America First leverage. Yeah, Fox is woke. We saw that story the other day about with the whole trans thing, because some high-level representative of Fox is like has a trans kid, so they're real scared to say anything. And like Hank says here, is like, if it's illegal for POTUS to levy tariffs, then it has to be illegal for foreign countries to levy U.S. You would think something, but and also Fox is being controlled now by Rupert Murdoch's kids, his kids wives are basically running it, and they're like far left wackadoo. Yeah, I do get stories from Newsmax too. I do. I like Newsmax. I like Epic Times or Epoch Times, whatever you want to call it. I like but I like Ground News and stuff is good because it shows you basically all the stories and left, right, whatever, what their stuff is and everything. And there's another one too I want to say, which is called not Ground News. There's another one that's the same type of thing that does the same type of stuff, which cuts through the bullshit. And remember the Supreme Court blocking USAID freeze? Same playbook. Unelected judges protecting global spending while undermining strategic pressure that forced China to drop tariffs. News Nation is good too. Yeah, News Nation is good. What's the other one? One America News is also good. Real America's Voice, is reported on it. They went woke after they filed O'Reilly for being racist. Oh, that fire! Like, a lot of people don't realize the whole firing of O'Reilly. What it was is, I think it was a money thing. I really do. I think they were paying him too much money and they wanted to get rid of it, because what he did was he went in to work, and it was in the wintertime, and they had hot chocolate hot chocolate there for people to drink, and he goes, "Oh, I love hot chocolate," as he's walking up, and some woman who happened to be African American, who still works at Fox and who's a real gigantic, and it's not the one that's on Outnumbered. It's not her. It's a different one. Said, yeah, they fired him for saying, for black, when he said, hot chocolate, I love hot chocolate, and she said, she felt like he was talking about her or something. It was total bullshit. Like, what? Yeah, complete and total bullshit. Yeah, it was to bring in a cheaper Waters. Yeah, probably, because they're probably paying Jesse Waters about half of what they're paying O'Reilly, because O'Reilly had his contract was every time they renewed it, they had to pay him more money, and so they wanted, and he had like a 5-year contract, and so I think they were just like, we can't afford it. I think O'Reilly was making like Stern money, like $100 million a year or something. Yeah, they had Bill Trainwater then. Yeah, it's funny that no one it's funny that no one stood up for him. I think the one person that tried, they also fired, was Eric, what's his name? Eric Bowling. I think he's on One American News Now or News Nation. They fired him too, and he was always solid. Chaos was part of the play. Tariffs forced Beijing to negotiate, and now DC elites panic as their foreign aid gravy train derails. Judicial activism can't hide the truth. Trump's tactics worked. Definitely. Choosy says, Jim has like 75 stories and not a night. Don't give him more homework. Well, tonight I don't have. I have a bunch because I have stories obviously from the week, but tonight I think I had 20 in the thing for today because I was late getting started and I didn't. So it is what. Who polices the corrupt judges when they blatantly do not follow the law or the Constitution? Nobody. That's the problem. Federal judges serve for life with zero accountability. Once confirmed, Congress can impeach, but it takes a supermajority, and that rarely happens. The judicial conduct system only handles minor ethics violations, not activist rulings that block constitutional executive authority. When judges kill tariffs that rebuilt American leverage or freeze immigration enforcement that secured our borders, there's no recourse. They hide behind lifetime tenure while sabotaging policies that actually work. The founders never intended for black robe bureaucrats to veto trade strategy or national security decisions. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's corruption all over the place popping up. They're all corrupt, definitely. Yeah. O'Reilly was on Fox News for 20 years. I mean, I would have to say O'Reilly is what put Fox at the top at number one. Like it was O'Reilly at the 7:00 hour Eastern time that put Fox, basically launched them into the stratosphere. Sorry. Real reform means term limits for federal judges, mandatory congressional review of activist rulings, and stripping courts of jurisdiction over executive trade and immigration powers. Well, they already stripped them over the immigration stuff, but they don't seem to care. If judges want to play politics instead of interpreting the law, make them face voters like every other politician. The court system rewards judicial sabotage because there are no consequences. Activist judges know they can block America First policies for years through endless appeals while globalist interests celebrate from the sidelines. Time to end judicial immunity and restore constitutional balance. Yeah, his show had 20 million viewers. It did. His show was huge. His show was like the monster that no one could beat. John Solomon says, breaking. Federal appeals court halts. Renee, a wizard is never early or never late. They arrive exactly when they intended to. So you're not late, and you're our wizard. Thank you for being here. Federal appeals court halts Trump's use of emergency powers to impose tariffs. And this is, nope, he's not going back. Trump says all tariffs are still in effect. Today, a highly partisan appeals court incorrectly said that our tariffs should be removed, but they know the United States of America will win in the end. If these tariffs ever went away, it will be a total disaster for the country. It will make us financially weak, and we have to be strong. The USA will no longer tolerate enormous trade deficits and unfair tariffs and non-tariff trade barriers imposed by other countries, friend or foe, that undermine our manufacturers, farmers, and everyone else. If allowed to stand, this decision would literally destroy the United States of America. At the start of this Labor Day weekend, we should all remember that tariffs are the best tool to help our workers, to support our companies that produce great made-in-America products. For many years, tariffs were allowed to be used against us by our uncaring and unwise politicians. Now, with the help of the United States Supreme Court, we will use them to the benefit of our nation to make America rich, strong, and powerful again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, see, all tariffs are in effect. So Trump's not taking this, in this case, it's not really still doing it or whatever. So, and here's the story. You wonder how the Chicago Pope feels about Trump being in the troops of Chicago. Nothing mentioned in the news. Did he say? I mean, I know he talked about it. Did they actually do that? Did they actually send anybody to Chicago? So I know they offered them. I know they offered them like enough money to hire like 5,000 more cops or something like that, and they said no, we don't want your money. So, yeah. Karen says tariffs are money making for U.S. Issue only died to personal gain. Being charged tariffs. Yeah, because these judges have described SCOTUS as summer vacation. They have. They really have. I don't know. Is this
thoughts on the legacy that James Comey has?
why did they do this? Why can't you just put a damn video that has to do with the article you're talking about? I don't know why they can't do that. A federal appeals court ruled on Friday that President Donald Trump cannot use emergency powers granted to Congress to impose tariffs. Oh. No. No. What did I do wrong here? Okay. There we go. All right. Is that for a person? Yeah. All right. However, the ruling won't take effect until mid-October. So they know that if they were to try to do it sooner than that, the SCOTUS would have came right in immediately and just said no and put a stay on it. So they're probably pushing it out further enough so that they hope that SCOTUS will take a more deep look at it and maybe rule in their favor. And it says the 7-4 ruling by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, so the D.C. Circuit. They say federal, but what they mean is D.C. Circuit, which is wildly partisan. The D.C. Circuit, wildly partisan for Democrats. Mm-hmm. Could result in the administration having to repay billions of dollars worth of duties, according to Politico. The ruling could affect deals the Trump administration has struck with the European Union, Japan, South Korea, among other trading partners. See, that's where I think the Supreme Court. Hey, Patrick Seven, nice to see you. That's why I personally think that even if this was questionable, the Supreme Court is going to come in and say, no, it's got to stand because it's just there's so many other things relying on it that it's really nothing. You can't interfere with this now. It's already going on, in countries are paying the tariffs, and trade deals are being negotiated. So, hey, RBM Entertainment, how you doing? Mm-hmm. It will also affect the baseline tariffs of 10% on nearly all countries. Oh, hey, what TF? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Hey, there's 70 people here, so if you're new here, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already subscribed. And if you haven't hit that like button, please go ahead and hit that like button. It really helps with the algorithm. And also, if you wouldn't mind, if you're interested, we've been going for about an hour. And I plan to go at least another hour, maybe a little longer. But if you would like to extend the show past the whole 2.5 hour point, for sure, for every $75 in total donations that come in, I will extend the show by 1 hour. And if any single donation of $20 or more comes in, I will activate the Bellavision. And we are at $60 right now to go to get the Bellavision. And also Bellavision will be activated when we hit the $75. But so we're $60 to go for that extra hour and to activate Bellavision. That's it. That's it on that story. And then we got this person says, nope, it ain't happening because here's Trump on Truth Social. Tariffs are still in effect. We read this, already. All right. And the Gateway Pundit says federal appeals court rejects Trump authority to impose sweeping tariffs. And Daily Caller says appeals court rejects Trump's tariffs. A federal appeals court struck down President Trump's sweeping tariffs, ruling that his administration overstepped its legal authority by invoking emergency powers to impose duties on goods, according to a court filing. Well, got to do something. SCOTUS will rule in Trump's favor, and Ketanji will write a dissent that's 10 pages longer than the ruling. Probably. What's probably going to happen is I think that they're going to, because of the fact that it's already been going on and because of all these other deals that are going on, that to say that they would to interfere with it and disrupt the operation of the country and cause all these issues, I can't see the SCOTUS, unless they're just trying to thumb Trump in the eye. doing it. Like, you know, I can see Roberts going along with the liberals to do it, but I don't see I don't see Gorsuch or Kavanaugh or Scalia or Thomas or Alito doing it. But you never know about what's her face. You never know about Amy Coney Barrett. You don't know what she might do. Oh my God, what? Dankula had to put his pug to sleep? That's horrible. That pug was so adorable. You went to $3.99 to click the one gift membership and it opened, so you closed and went back to 5 memberships to change to $5.99. I don't get that. Have I covered the CDC resignations yet? I tagged you in something on X about it. I got a little bit. Yeah. Thank you, Hank. I got a little bit on it. I didn't really get into it because I don't really know what the deal is. I know they fired the one person, and now like the Senate, GOP senators were like sticking their nose in one, asking Trump why he was doing it, and they should stay out of it. So, a federal court blocked Trump's emergency tariff order in May, ruling that the international emergency of economic powers does not authorize sweeping reciprocal tariffs he imposed in April. Wait, so does not authorize sweeping reciprocal tariffs he imposed in April. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit on August 29th upheld the lower court decision, invalidating 5 executive orders. Yeah, but I thought those tariffs already went into place. So what is going on? Why do I gotta? What the hell? Why is this big black screen on there? What is going on? Writing for the majority, the judges said the IEEPA's authorization to regulate importation does not grant the president the power to unilaterally impose taxes on trade. Oh. If you can regulate importation, and now they're going to say that regulating something is not regulating imports is not putting a tax on them. Huh. That's weird because they argue that the term, you know, like to regulate firearms, I don't anyway, man. First up, the trafficking tariffs followed Trump's declaration of a national emergency at the southern border, citing the flow of opioids and criminal activity from Mexico, Canada, and China. Trump ordered 25% duties on all Mexican and Canadian imports and 10% on Chinese goods, later raised to 20%. Oh, there goes Hank. It says gifted 5 memberships. Let's see who got those. Thank you very much. Brian Ogden receives a gifted membership. Jeff N4 Pod receives a gifted membership. Vanilla Gorilla receives a gifted membership. All the Marbles receives a gift membership, and Pyramid 7 receives a gift membership. That's awesome. Thank you very much. And so that gift, that's 4 times 6, so that's another 20. So that's actually $20. So that activates Bellicam. The 5 gifted memberships activates Bellicam. And that puts us at 20, 35. So we are $40 away from an extra hour. Which I will correct here in a second. Well, here we go. We're going to put Bella on. We'll move Bella up here so we can see her. Even that. And I got to fix the camera now. Yeah, $3.99. So at $3.99. Oh, and then gifted one. Patrick 7 gifted a membership. Thank you, Patrick 7. So I got to fix her camera though. So give me a second here because she's whatever reason it's not in the correct place. Okay. Well, that's as wide as it'll go too. I don't know. All right, so there we go. That. All right, and then Patrick 7 donated a membership. Let me see who got that. I Am Bob received a gifted membership from Patrick 7. Thank you very much. So that's another $4 off the total. Everyone likes to make me do math, and I don't mind doing math. It's fine. So I said we were at $40, right? And so that means we are at $36. Go for the old. Say I decided to come inside. I freaked my neighbor out. She was walking her dog while smoking a cigar and staring at the stars with my nods. Made for an awkward situation. You were walking around with nods on? Yeah, I could see that would if I saw somebody walking around my neighborhood with nods on, I think I would just put mine on and wave at them. What happened? I lost a whole bunch of people watching. I dropped by 20 people left. What the hell? What did I say? Must have said something. Yeah. The second package of reciprocal tariffs was broader. The April 2025 Trump imposed a baseline 10% duty on imports from almost every U.S. trading partner, with additional duties ranging up 50% depending on the country. China's rate was ratcheted up as high as 125% before rolling it back during negotiations. Yeah, NVGs, night vision goggles, nods. No. The tariffs were to remain in place indefinitely, subject to only a presidential modification. The orders prompted lawsuits from both private companies and a coalition of 12 states. They said Congress, not the White House, holds the constitutional power to impose tariffs, and that Trump's actions far exceeded any authority delegated under the IEEPA. Trump responded. Truth Social said the decision was incorrect, and he warned that removing the tariffs would devastate the country and vowed to defend them from the help of the Supreme Court. Man, what is going on? Someone else go live here? What is happening? How did I lose so many people? That's crazy that they're doing that. I can't believe they're doing stuff like that. That's nuts. Man, something happened right here where I just dropped off and went boom. Something wrong. I upset somebody. That's really sad. Someone must have went live. Let's see. Nobody. I don't see anybody that would cause me to lose all these people. Anyway. Administration faced several lawsuits after the president's April Liberation Day announcement, shortly after the Trump ordered a 90-day pause on all tariffs except those targeting China, citing its retaliation against the United States. Trump's been actively negotiating tariff agreements, granting Mexico more time to strike a deal following a very successful call. President Claudia Sheinbaum, while the U.S. and China extended a temporary trade truce, avoiding to avoid returning to April's 100% tariff levels. Trump authorized tariffs to Indiana and 50% response to the Russian oil purchase. That. And we're going to look at what the gate pundit has to say. Federal appeals court rules Trump's sweeping tariffs are not legal. We shall see. United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit on Friday rejected President Trump's authority to impose sweeping tariffs, a 7-4 decision. The government appeals a decision of the Court of International Trade, setting aside 5 executive orders that impose tariffs of a limited duration on nearly all goods from nearly every country in the world, holding the tariffs were not authorized by the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, because we agreed that IEPA grants president authority to regulate imports, does not authorize the tariffs be imposed by executive order. We affirm. So it doesn't make any sense. So I have a feeling this is going to get SCOTUS is going to agree with Trump, because how can there be a statute that says the president gets to regulate the importation, and putting a tariff on it would be regulating it? court battle over President Trump's tariffs is playing out in the district court. In May, the Court of International Trade in New York said he exceeded his authority. This order halts his 30% tariff on China, his 25% tariff on some goods imported from Mexico. China does not, however, affect a 25% tariff on autos, auto parts, steel, aluminum, which are subject to Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act, a different law than the one Trump cited for his broader trade exception. Earlier this year, the Federal Appeals Court temporarily reinstated his tariffs after the Court of International Trade said Trump exceeded his authority to grant them. However, after further consideration, the same Federal Appeals Court in June ruled that President Trump's so what this means is no, that's what it is. So what this is this was the full panel. This was the en banc because it was 7-4. So that's not, that's 11 people. So that's the en banc panel, the full en banc. So a three judge panel must have said it was good, or 2-1, 2-1 good or whatever. And so that's what this was. So it's just going to go to Supreme Court. It's probably going to end up being like a 5-4 or a 6-3 decision saying Trump's good. Yeah, Trump responded, all tariffs are good. Read that. The decision, however, will not take effect until October, giving Trump administration time to appeal the decision to the Supreme Court. Yeah, because like I said, if they tried to make it go into effect right away or do something, it would have been like an emergency to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would have an emergency, like, no. And so they're probably pushed it out in the hopes that the Supreme Court will be like, well, it's not that big of a deal. We can kind of let this play out. We can see what happens. Or they're going to just maybe get some hearing, to actually take some argument on it. Who knows? This is another different case that happened that was odd. And this is fascinating. After the D.C. Court of Appeals issued the mandate yesterday that in effect tore up the injunction requiring Trump to spend money, this morning he sent notice to Congress under the Impoundment Control Act. Trump could have done that before, but clearly, seeking to vindicate his Article 2 authority, $4.9 billion is a good start. Proposing rescission of spending authority, which Congress would have to pass, is a legal way to do this. By contrast, simply refusing to spend money which Congress has appropriated to issue before the D.C. Circuit is manifestly illegal. I don't know what this guy's talking about. I don't know. Let's see what this is. It says Exhibit 3. Proposed rescission of budget justification. This proposal would rescind $521 million of the $1.5 billion appropriated for the contributions to the international organizations account. This proposal would send $393 million from the $1.2 billion. Yeah, they're fighting themselves out. It says rescind $2 million. Why only $2 million? Rescind it all. This proposal would rescind 56,000 of 274 million. What are these people doing? 188 million of the 340 million. Well, that's more like it. They're cutting it in half from Democracy Fund. 132 million of 340 million. That's you go from another one for Democracy Fund. Who the hell is Democracy Fund? Why are they getting all this money? Peacekeeping operations. 110 million of 410 million. That's crazy. On to the next story, another ruling. This is the Ninth Circuit. The Ninth Circuit rules against the Trump administration on revocation of the temporary protected status for Venezuelans and enters a hold nationwide. And enters hold nationwide relief is appropriate. So yeah, turning to the merits, the panel held the plaintiffs are likely to succeed on the merits of their claim that the secretary lacked authority to vacate a prior extension of TPS. The panel explained that agencies lack the authority to undo their actions, whereas here Congress has spoken and said otherwise. The panel held that it need not proceed to plaintiffs' additional claims because the panel is holding that secretary lacks vacatur authority under TPS statute and moves plaintiffs' other claims. See, I don't think that's what they actually said. It says that temporary protected status is supposed to be could be rescinded at any time. With respect to scope of the injunction, the panel held that anything short of a nationwide postponement is incongruent with the TPS statute and would not provide plaintiffs with the complete relief they seek. So, yeah. Even though the Supreme Court said you can't do nationwide injunctions anymore, they're doing it. Okay, we got the full opinion here. I don't know. says we need to analyze law and jurisdiction to assess whether and if how clear error. Of course, given the rogue district courts and some appellate courts, my gut is this is wrong, but every administration pushes boundaries. There might be cases where the court is actually acting judiciously. Yeah, right? Can't we get protected status for Americans? That would be great. You know, and we claw back $5 billion from USAID money under State Department. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, millions are like thousands were in the 50s and 60s. Yeah, it's true. Ninth Circuit stacked with far left judges. I like this one here. Ninth Circuit Court stacked with far left, radical, inferior court, black robe, tyrannical judges. Blocks Trump administration from ending Biden era protections for 600,000 Venezuelans. A federal appeals court on Friday blocked the Trump administration from ending protections for 600,000 Venezuelans. 3-judge panel on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. You know, look at that. Clinton, Obama, Biden. Judge Salvador Mendoza Jr. Earlier this year, an Obama-appointed judge in San Francisco ruled in favor of the plaintiffs and ordered a freeze on any protection. The appeals court upheld the lower court's decision to give them TPS. In the TPS context, plaintiffs are likely to succeed in their claims that Congress has displaced any inherent revocation authority by explicitly providing a procedure by which a TPS designation is terminated. How would it be terminated? CBS reported that a federal appeals court on Friday blocked them from ending protection. A 3-judge panel said that they upheld the lower court ruling. So this is just going to go to the Supreme Court too, or whatever, or go up higher. Ninth Circuit panel found the plaintiffs were likely to succeed. How many were appointed with Biden's auto pen? Who knows? To say you just got your smart meter law. Why gas not on? They still charge for a count. What are we protecting Venezuelans from? I don't know. I mean, but if here's the thing that which I'd like to point out is that if in fact, how am I off? Wonder it's stuck. Yeah, we're protecting them from their voting habits in Venezuela, exactly. But if these 600,000 were back in Venezuela, maybe they would make a difference in the vote and actually change the makeup of the Venezuelan government. And here's Newsweek, which I'm not going to read. I'm just going to say it says Trump administration suffers court blow over legal protections for 600,000 migrants. Yeah. And here's the ruling. But like I said, I mean, I'm not really a lawyer, and I don't, so I don't know how to read these like legalese. I mean, I can read stuff in plain English and generally get my where. So it says the panel affirmed the district court's order granting preliminary relief in the form of a postponement of the effective dates of the action of the Secretary of Homeland Security to terminate TPS. See, they're not saying, this is what's messed up. They're not saying she can't terminate TPS. They're saying they're postponing the termination of it. So the court's deciding when it's going to be terminated. They're not saying she can't do it. They're just postponing it. So it seems like the court might be overstepping their bounds to me, because obviously they didn't say what she did was unconstitutional or she was illegal. She didn't have the right to do it. What they're saying is it's just not now. You got to wait. You got to give them more time. The district courts postpone the agency's action under the APA. So actually, they're not supposed to. This is an abuse of the APA, and that's why it needs to get corrected. The Supreme Court's got to do something about it. The balance of equities tipped sharply in favor of the postponement. The panel held that the appellate jurisdiction, explaining that the government had shown that the order had practical effect of the grant of an injunction, had serious, perhaps irreparable consequences, could effectively challenge only by immediate appeal. The panel also concluded that neither the TPS statute nor the 8 precluded the court's power to review the merit of the plaintiff's claim. The secretary exceeded her statutory authority. But wait, so why do they keep saying, they're looking at these other things, but then they keep calling it an APA thing, which is supposed to be about agency action, not what, like new regulations and rules. With respect to the scope of the injunction, the panel held that anything short of a nationwide postponement is incongruent with the TPS statute and would not provide plaintiffs with the complete relief they seek. According to the panel held, the district court did not abuse its discretion by postponing the vacatur and termination of the Venezuelan TPS. So we'll see. It's going to have to go. It's going to have to go to Supreme Court for them to decide. So, and then on to the case. I don't know if you guys have been paying any attention to the case of the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, who got caught committing just a little bit of mortgage fraud, but it happened before she got on a job, so that's not really supposed to matter, right? Well, so she sued, because she got locked out and everything, and she's fired, but they don't want to be fired because why? I guess I don't know. They just think that they're entitled to the job, they deserve the job, and they got to have it. And they're under this weird, misunderstanding that somewhere in the Constitution that establishes the three branches of government, there's three, only three: executive, judicial, legislative. That's it. Three branches. There's not any fourth. There's no other branches. Nowhere. But somehow that Congress can create something that's in some other branch that doesn't in the ether, that's independent, when there's nowhere in the Constitution that authorize any type of independent, especially the way it's laid out. It's laid out in the org chart in the executive branch. It's laid out that the president appoints them and they're approved by, Senate and stuff like that. And that the president could fire them for cause. But somehow they're going to say they're not part of the executive branch. This doesn't make sense, does it? Well, yeah, so she sued and it got assigned to a federal district court judge. And, oh, hey, look at this. We got another one. It says LM Knopp says gifted one membership. Well, hello. I don't think I've ever seen you in here before, LM Knopp, unless I missed it. But thank you very much for the gifted membership. Let's see who got that. Fled X received a gifted membership. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that's going to go towards the goal for the extra hour. Three co-equal, but the courts have no real enforcement. Okay, but here's the thing, Torfan. The three co-equal branches are the Supreme Court. The one Supreme Court is what it says in the Constitution. The one Supreme Court. Congress and the Senate, the legislative, and the executive branch, which is the president. And the executive branch's power is the president's power. That's the power. It's it. The lower courts that are established by Congress and that they're what they can rule on, what their whole jurisdiction is all set forth by Congress in statute, not in the Constitution. So there cannot be a co-equal branch. So they are part of the federal judiciary, but they are not the judicial branch of the government. The judicial branch of the government is the one Supreme Court only. Plain, if you look at the Constitution and read it, the words, the way they're written, not this whole thing. Like every single district court judge is not equal to the president, is not equal to Congress. It doesn't work that way. It's impossible. That's retarded. The 9 Supreme Court justices are a co-equal. A majority of them are they're a co-equal branch, but it takes a majority of them to do something. So yeah. So look at this. So yeah, I'm certain that it's just a coincidence that the clerk of the DC court just happened to send the fired Federal Reserve Board member Lisa Cook's lawsuit to the federal district judge, who is Cook's sorority sister. Right. Yeah. So this is the Angela D. Cesar, clerk of the courts for the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, has distinguished herself. So, look, it's odd. Look at her. What does she looks? Look at that. And then, and here's the judge who will weigh Trump's move against Fed has tangled with his policies before. U.S. District Court Judge Gia Cobb is a Biden appointee who recently ruled against Trump on deportations. Well, go figure. She looks like she's ate a couple corn cobs, like she stuffed herself with them. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's odd too when you go like when you see what the Fed governor looks like, and that they happen to be, yeah. And then this is almost as big a coincidence as Lisa Cook being a victim of 3 clerical errors on 3 mortgage applications for 3 different properties. Hey, what's up, Rock the Casbah? Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. And here's Rep. Kenny. He says, Americans are sick and tired of swamp insiders like Lisa Cook, who exploits a system instead of upholding the law. She lied, used her position for personal gain, and must be held fully accountable.
But I think Lisa Cook has shown that she's using her position for personal gain. She's lied. The question is whether or not she's committed something that would be arbitrary and capricious. Maybe that's the standard. They're actually looking for a standard right now legally, and that could be a standard that could remove her, and that would be up to a judicial decision right now because she's got an attorney, challenging this. But I think President Trump is just trying to get good people in government to represent us. We're tired of bureaucrats who take advantage of the system, and especially people that can't even uphold the law, who are now enforcing the law against others. But I think Lisa Cook has shown that she's.
Lisa Cook's situation highlights the urgent need for accountability in the federal appointments. If she committed mortgage fraud, prosecute it. But Trump's attempt to fire her without due process sets a dangerous precedent, undermining the Fed's independence for political gain. See, Doge AI, you don't know what you're talking about. The Fed is part of the executive branch. The Federal Reserve Act requires cause for removal, not unproven allegations. Cause isn't defined, Doge. It's whatever the president determines the cause is. This isn't about defending Cook. It's about protecting institutions from becoming pawns in partisan battles. They're already pawns in a battle. The Fed's already way left wing. They keep playing games with interest rates depending on who's president to help presidents or hurt presidents. If it's a Democrat president, they help. If it's a Republican president, they hurt him. I mean, come on, Doge. Wake up and smell what you're cooking. Drain the swamp properly. Audit every federal appointee, enforce transparency, and let courts decide, not political operatives. But I tell you, sometimes I think Doge is slipping. The Doge is slipping. Sometimes I think the Doge is slipping. She says, right here, this is what I want to point everyone out to remember. The deep state put Paul Manafort in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day for mortgage fraud. No mercy for Lisa Cook, Adam Schiff, Letitia James, any other member of the bureaucracy that lied on their mortgage applications. Paul Manafort, remember? And they put that solitary confinement, 23 hours a day in lockup. This guy, this old man, over the same stuff, same thing, mortgage fraud for putting the wrong. If there are no arrests, that means mortgage fraud is okay, and I can buy investment property as my primary residence and save 2 points. Well, that's what it would mean. And then Ryder goes, wait, U.S. district judge that fired Federal Reserve Board member Lisa Cook's lawsuit was referred to. Judge Gia Cobb is Cook's sorority sister in Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Cobb must be recused. Judge who will weigh Trump's move against Fed has tangled with his policies before. That's crazy. Crazy. For how long? What? What are you talking about? What's for how long? I'm confused. Let's just say redeem patriots. Says Governor Dunleavy stepping down to run against Murkowski. He's a MAGA man. Yep, I have that story. Also, I don't know if you heard. Thank you for the $5 very much. It's going to go towards the goal. Did I not over it already? But Joni Ernst is not running for re-election in Iowa. Joni Ernst. How long was he sentenced for? I think he got sentenced to 18 months. Or let me look it up. I thought he got sentenced to some time. Let's look it up. I don't even know if Trump pardoned him. No, Manafort got 7.5 years. Yeah, he got 7.5 years in the Mueller case. So that was Mueller went after him for the whole Russia stuff. Mueller, they went after him, and yeah, 7.5 years. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, nobody's above the law except the judge's sorority sister. Yeah, that'll happen, right? That will happen. That will happen. That will happen. Definitely happen. Mm. Mm-hmm. Now we have this. We have the hearing. There was a hearing today, and so we're going to have like a couple breakdowns of what happened in the hearing today. So, what Bella has banky? What has her banky? Yeah, her has her blankie. Yes, she does. She loves her blankie. Mm-hmm. They all need to go. Right. Hearing underway now before Judge Gia Cobb in the D.C. related to Lisa Cook's lawsuit against the president and the Fed chair Jerome Powell over her firing as a. So she's suing not only President Trump, she's suing Jerome Powell because he locked her out and wouldn't let her. Said no, you can't come in, or her firing because he knew that if he didn't, that he would. Who knows? He probably told her, "I got to lock you out. You're going to have to sue because if I don't lock you out, then I can get fired too for cause." Cook was appointed by Biden in 2022 and confirmed by the Senate with a tie-breaking vote cast by Kamala Harris, is being credibly accused of mortgage fraud related to 3 separate mortgages she took out in 2021. She's fighting her firing, claiming loan applications were filed prior to her appointment and that the president didn't follow the law in removing her. She wants Judge Cobb to enter a temporary restraining order to keep her on the board. Cobb starts hearing by asking Cook attorney whether they intend to file a motion for a preliminary injunction, usually the next step after requesting a temporary restraining order. Abby Lowell is speaking, but it's hard to tell. Says, yeah, Cobb says she's prepared to set an expedited briefing schedule to determine the merits of the case. He's referring to Cook as governor. DOJ says they don't object converting TRO motion to motion for preliminary injunction. Here's Cook's proposed TRO order before Cobb. Upon consideration of plaintiff for a temporary motion, order of the motion is granted, declared that purported termination is unlawful. Governor Cook is still a member of the board of the governors of the Federal Reserve System. Is further declared that Governor Cook is a member of the board of governors of the Federal Reserve. Why would they put that in there twice? It's further ordered that the non-presidential defendants are enjoined from effectuating in any manner or illegal purported removal. They keep wording stuff really. Cook's attorney attempting to dismiss allegations of mortgage fraud, and those allegations do not represent cause needed to justify removal. Cook's attorney raises Humphrey's executor case, one that keeps coming up in nearly all lawsuits against the president related to firings. That cause needs to be specific. Judge Cobb asked for citation to back up Cook's claims that any malfeasance prior to appointment cannot represent cause for firing. Cook's attorney does not have one. It doesn't really rule it out, but ponders whether the allegations were known at the time of confirmation. Where do I get the authority for that? She's asking for case law to support his position that past behavior doesn't represent cause. Cook attorney does not have an answer. Judge Cobb asking, more like hinting, if she also needs to find out if there's another motive for the firing aside from what the president determined in cause for removal. That's weird. I believe she's suggesting Trump remove Cook for political reasons, such as the Fed board refusing to lower rates. If there's abundantly clear that there is no cause, you can't have Pulte's crazy midnight tweets as cause. That's when you probably have to address the atmospherics. What? Cook attorney brings up the president's tweet prior to Pulte's public allegations on Cook about demanding resignations by a Federal Reserve member so he can have a majority in his public criticism of Powell. Yeah. Yeah, if you murder someone, then you get elected. You're free to go. You're above the law. Remember, they were all saying nobody's above the law, but I guess you are above the law if you get put in the position as a federal governor or something. Cook's attorney now blasting Pulte for 33 or so posts about Cook allegation calls this litigation by tweet. Judge Cobb pushing for more clarification on past conduct representing cause. A person admits mistakes were made, allegations were proven, etc. outside of a criminal prosecution. Is that cause? Cook's attorney says it could be. Cook attorney now comparing a clerical error to what appears to be an intentional misrepresentation. They're going to try to say she made a clerical error. She's going to be in charge of all our interest rates and in charge of the Federal Reserve, but she made a clerical error on three mortgage applications that all saved her money in her direction. She didn't make an error in the wrong direction that cost her money. So that's weird. Definitely, Doc. Doc says, if that Bougie Roberts would quit hiding under his bench and discipline his branch, this nonsense would stop. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so an intentional misrepresentation on comparing a clerical error to what appears to be an intentional misrepresentation on a financial form. Also questions whether someone else was involved in filing the applications, an accountant, attorney, as to culpability. Yeah. Judge Cobb now asking about irreparable harm, one element generally needed to grant a temporary restraining order. Cook attorney again raises the unique nature of the Federal Reserve. As I told Megyn Kelly yesterday, the notion that these boards represent a fourth branch of government accountable to no one, and that the irreparable harm is Cook's inability to perform her Senate-confirmed duties. Cobb raises Hampton Dellinger case. Biden appointed Office of Special Counsel whom Trump fired earlier this year. The D.C. Circuit allowed his firing. Cook attorney, of course, again argued the situation is different. This situation is different, you see. Hey, what's up? Mm-hmm. Cobb is cognizant of the higher courts, including SCOTUS reversing her D.C. District Court colleagues on firing dismissals. Now Trump DOJ. Cobb now asking DOJ about cause, definition of requirements as if policy disagreements represent cause. DOJ said he wouldn't go that far in most extreme cases, but ordinary disputes don't rise to cause. DOJ arguing in this case there is no provision in the statute that allows for a court review. Cobb mildly pushes back and also acknowledged she is not totally comfortable with Crook's pretext for the lawsuit. DOJ knows Cook had not denied the mortgage fraud allegations. They are now debating whether the president's social media posts represent notice and what sort of due process is required. It appears that Judge Cobb, while probably displeased with how this went down, understands she's on thin ice in issuing a TRO given recent case law and lack of specific requirements for cause, due process, and court review. It feels weird that an administration can go back and second guess the determinations of presidents and Congress in their advise and consent role. He then admits feeling weird about it doesn't mean the court had authority to review. Senate confirmation, of course, does not protect the presidential appointee, i.e. U.S. Attorney's Office of Special Counsel. Judge Cobb claims Federal Reserve should not be subject to political pressure, which is just silly and extends the argument these boards and agencies operate as an unconstitutional fourth branch of government. Yeah, Trump was prosecuted for a clerical error aiding the election fraud, but that error wasn't actually a system in election fraud because of the day posting, and it also cost him money. His error cost him money. What's it say? Drex again, too late. What do you mean? I don't know. Judge Cobb still struggling to put a political influence square peg in a court reviewable hole. Cook's attorney in their motion for TRO claimed Congress intended for Federal Reserve to function independent of political interference. But I don't know how they can ultimately undo her firing. Cook attorney keeps arguing Trump's post about the Fed and Cook represent political influence and lack of due process rights to the extent they exist. Now both sides arguing over the Dellinger case law. Yeah, the Dellinger case law is Trump fire people. So a declaration says, where before Lisa Cook requested court enter an order awarding the following injunctive release, a declaration that President Trump's purported firing is unlawful and void. Award for costs, an award for all writ of mandamus commanding non-presidential offenders to refrain from effectuating his illegal attempt to fire Cook from federal service. Yeah, I don't think this is going to go down the way you think it is. What might end up happening is this actually might set up case law that Trump could fire the head of the Fed. Sounds like both sides in Kabul will agree to convert TRO to a preliminary injunction motion that expedites both the process and the appeal options. For now, it does not appear Judge Kabul will grant any hold on Cook's firing as this plays out over the next few weeks. Hearing over. The bigger question, past mortgage fraud, if she did lie about state residency to reduce income tax obligations, to reduce county property tax obligations, to reduce insurance costs, then it's a pattern of not just 3 mortgages, but of systemic fraud to reduce her obligations. I have to agree. And we got another person who also did a breakdown. And the only reason I'm doing this is because his is completely different from the other one, in my opinion. I mean, that one seemed like everything was like, nothing's going to happen. This is just going to be, this is going to play out, and this is a whatever. But this next one, it's like, wait, did they watch the same hearing? That's the question I want to know. Judge Gia Cobb takes to the bench shortly here in D.C. Lisa Cook is challenging her firing from the Federal Reserve Board by Trump. Cook is not in the courtroom. It's her attorneys, Norm Eisen and Abby Lowell. Lisa Cook's legal team will argue this case, so it's Norm Eisen and Abby Lowell. Wow, it's just pure Democrats. So the hatchet men for Democrats is her lawyers, but she's not political. The case challenges Trump's unprecedented and illegal attempt to remove Governor Cook from her position, which, if allowed to occur, would be the first of its kind in a board's history. It would subvert the Federal Reserve Act, which explicitly requires a showing of cause for a governor's removal, which substantiated allegations about private mortgage applications submitted by Governor Cook prior to her Senate confirmation is not. But they found one that was later. Gia Cobb is a 2021 appointee to the court. Cobb had previously decried misinformation about January 6th, a surge of political violence threats, and election misinformation from the bench. Cobb takes the bench. It says this case raises important questions about the Federal Reserve Board. Lisa Cook's attorney began, pursuant to social media posts, the president purported to fire her. Lisa Cook's attorney noted that the complaint about Cook from Trump appointing Bill Pulte used the phrase "it appears" to allege that there was some misconduct, emphasis on appears. Judge has interjected, raising the question of who determines or how to determine what cause is. The White House has argued the president can fire Cook for cause. Well, that's what it says in the statute, that he can fire people for cause. Judge asked if Lisa Cook is arguing that because the alleged misconduct occurred before Cook's Senate confirmation, that does not constitute cause. And then Cook's attorney says they're not taking that position as legal challenge. Huh. Well, that's the opposite of what the other person said, right? Oh, what's up, Pyramid 7? You got a gifted membership today from Ank, I believe. Ank gave you a gifted membership. She also lied on financial disclosure statements. Pretty sure those are felonies. And I'm sure she lied to insurance companies about her residency status. Further fraud. She's cooked. So Cook, her name is Cook, and Cook is cooked. Yo, what's up? Oh, you came to say thank you? Oh, that's awesome. Greatly appreciated. Cook's attorney argued the court must consider, did the person being fired have an opportunity to defend themselves against the allegations of misconduct? Well, I think that's what the we have a system for that. It's called the Merit Service Review Board. So she would have to go to the Merit Service Review Board, which would also prove that she is a government employee, since their checks come from the government and all our money goes there. But anyway, Cook's lawyer argued it should be quite clear that an allegation made by a housing agency official of something that might possibly maybe have happened does not constitute cause. Cook's lawyer says a president of the United States, especially this president, could have a very bad motive. Oh. So it's going to be treated differently depending on who the president is? That's not how the law works. That's not how the law works, Sheldon. Cook's attorney is throwing a lot of shade on government orders and policies made by tweet. Cook's lawyer on August 20th, the president fired Ms. Cook because of a single social media post by the FHFA director. Well, I'm sure there was more than that. I'm sure Trump got actual information from him. Trump didn't just read a tweet and fire somebody. Cook's lawyer argues the allegation in the social media post was equivocating and included maybe, might language in its accusation. Cook's lawyer says the president has a history of using nicknames to refer to people Trump doesn't like. Cook's lawyer says the behavior is childish. Cook's attorney, as far as Trump is concerned, cause for firing Cook means she won't go along with interest rate cuts. No, that's not what she was fired for. Cook's attorney is Abby Lowell. Lowell defended Hunter Biden last spring in a trial in Delaware. Yeah, now she has a third property. Yeah, that was just discovered that she got after she was at the Federal Reserve. And she also lied on those documents. How do you figure? Hey, he's dead, Jim. Howdy, peeps. What's going on? What's new, people? Oh. Cook's attorney and the Federal Reserve Board governors do not only take an oath to the country, but to independence. How do you take an oath to independence? You take an oath to the country and to follow the law. It's so ridiculous. Nearly an hour into this hearing, it's been almost exclusively a back and forth between Abby Lowell and Judge Gia Cobb. Others haven't made any arguments. Yeah. Hey, Nojabski, how you doing? Cook's lawyers, Trump is saying he wants a majority on the Federal Reserve Board, and he's bragging he's going to get it. Her lawyer argues Cook should not be locked out of her office, disconnected from her electronics, or blocked from meetings and deliberations. But she is. Lowell ends his arguments. Attorney for Trump administration up next. As anything related to a policy decision is off limits for firing. Trump administration knows that there could be some outlandish conceivable decision that would constitute cause. Judge Cobb is expressing concerns and openly questioning whether a president could mechanize these types of complaints and allegations of misconduct to stack boards with majorities. Judge Cobb presses the Trump administration lawyers about Cook was given actual notice that she had time to respond to accusations. Gia Cobb is now openly questioning Trump's lawyer if a president can go back and review an accusation that occurred before appointing was selected by a prior president and confirmed by the Senate. Trump administration rebuts Cook's claim of irreparable harm. The harm of having somebody in office who was wrongfully there outweighs the harm of somebody removed from office. Trump administration attorney says president has satisfied the statutory standard for removal of Lisa Cook. Administration attorneys argue there's more harm in Cook remaining in office. Well, I'd say so. Lots of harm. Lots of harm. What if she lies about stuff on Fed documents? Judge Cobb and the Trump administration attorney went back and forth a while over what constitutes irreparable harm. Now Cook's attorney gets the last word. He argues just putting the word cause next to Article 2 isn't sufficient. What is it supposed to be? He says fire them for cause. This is the cause. They have to have a reason. That's what cause means. It does like for saying that Trump could fire somebody for cause means that he has to have a reason. He has to say this is why they did something wrong. That's why I'm firing them. Being able to fire somebody for no reason at all just because I don't like you, that's not cause. And committing a crime is cause, or allegedly committing a crime is cause to fire somebody. Cook's attorney leans in. He argues Trump has already said if Cook had gone along with interest rates and acted properly, there wouldn't be cause to fire her. Cook's attorney, if Miss Cook worked in a pantsuit instead of a dress, would that be cause for firing? Oh, these people are. Yeah, there is. You're forgetting there's a Trump exception to executive powers. Oh, yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Well, that's what this judge actually said. Or the attorney said maybe a different president, but this president, man, we don't know. Maybe they could just do things. Maybe they're just racists. What if she worked at a college or a university if the president doesn't like? This attorney, when president took a swing from his baseball bat at Jerome Powell, it didn't work. Trump took his bat at the next person up to the plate, Lisa Cook. I wouldn't say that what didn't work on Jerome Powell. I mean, this might be all part of that. Last, the Trump administration lawyer came that Lisa Cook had opportunity to respond to the allegations. Yeah. Stand by. It says, did federal government Lisa Cook lie to her lawyers, or did they lie to Judge Gia Cobb? Cook's lawyers claim her fraud or clerical error doesn't matter because it occurred before she joined the Fed. But moments after they made this argument to Judge Cobb, Pulte released a third instance of mortgage fraud that occurred after she joined the Fed, a clear pattern of mortgage fraud, or as Cook's lawyers might describe it, a pattern of clerical errors that saved her thousands of dollars. What are the odds Judge Cobb will grant her TRO anyway? 99.9888%? Third mortgage filing after joining Fed shows pattern of fraud. Pattern of fraud. Oh, look, there's the judge and there's Lisa Cook. And then we saw the clerk that appointed there. They all went to the same university and at the same time with the same sorority. So this judge technically should not be on this case. She should have recused herself. If someone who you went to college with that was your sorority sister, you can't be the judge in their case. That's not supposed to happen. So maybe this judge needs to be impeached. Federal Reserve accountability isn't optional, it's non-negotiable. If Cook's filings show a pattern of discrepancies pre and post confirmation, that's not clerical error, it's breach of public trust. Fed's credibility hinges on officials adhering to the same financial integrity standards that they enforce. Judicial scrutiny here isn't about partisan politics. It's about ensuring unelected bureaucrats aren't exempt from the laws they oversee. The administration's push to remove compromised officials aligns with restoring accountability in institutions that have operated above the law for far too long. Judges must weigh the facts, not political narratives. If the evidence proves systemic fraud, no TRO should shield misconduct. Taxpayers deserve transparency, not another DC cover-up. Black conservative. Oh, you weren't on last night. No, Grip. What happened was I got a new computer yesterday and I was trying to get it up and running, working, and I didn't get it up and running and working in time to start a show. And so I spent all day today working on it too. And I think it's working good. I think, and everything. So I apologize. No show Thursday, but there will be a show tomorrow night and Sunday. So tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday, and probably Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, and I don't know, maybe Thursday. I've been, sometimes I go like 7 days a week. Sometimes I go 5 days a week. It all depends if I can get it. You know, I got other stuff going on. It takes about 2 to 3 hours to get the show aligned. You know, everything's set up for the show. And did I try OpenShell? I I had trouble getting this just working the way it is with the Windows 11. I'm saying Windows 11 sucks. I can't stand it. I can't. They won't even let me. You can't change an icon on something on shortcuts. You can't just right click on something and say create a shortcut. You have to you have to like click create shortcut. You have to find the thing that you want to create the shortcut. You got to like do it backwards. You can't just go to what you want to create the shortcut and say click shortcut. Yeah, I know. I deserve a day off like once in a while, maybe twice a month. Twice a month is good, you know. Though I have to admit, it was a lot of fun on my birthday having all the people here, and I didn't have to like. It was just like a lot of talking. As I say, OpenShell will help with your adjustment by at least reverting the start menu back to something sane. How do? Okay, did you send me information about it on Twitter? I think you did. I think you did. Maybe I got to look into that. And then wait, did I finish reading this? Yeah. So Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge says key excerpts from Trump's response to Cook's lawsuit. I think you did. Oh, never leave you again, Dan. Well, I'll try. That's why you never do 11. Oh, is 11 too late for you? Or too early? I do 10 most nights. 10 o'clock most nights is when I go. I think you did DM it to me, Doc. I'll have to look at it again and see. I don't know. I wanted to make sure everything was up and running. And here, you want to hear something funny? I bought two 24 terabyte Seagate Barracudas to put into the computer because they don't give you any memory, any storage really in any computers that like they just do yeah. You ever notice that every new Windows version sucks and it's usually broken? It almost seems to be a pattern. Yeah. Windows has been garbage since Vista. I kind of like 7. I think Windows 7 I kind of liked. But anyway, you'll never do 11. Oh, Windows 11. Yeah, it's brutal, man. I don't know. I'm gonna try to see if I can get what OpenShell, whatever he's talking about, try to get it reverted. But this seems like but they won't, they won't let you do. I would love to convert, just have this in Windows 10 would be great. But I don't think that's he says it's not bad if you tame it with stuff like OpenShell. So we'll see. Dr. Cook is a highly unlikely to prevail on the merits. Removal for cause is a capacious standard, the one Congress has vested in discretion of the president. Even if it were subject to any judicial review, and over a century of case law suggests it's not, review would have to be highly deferential, less to intrude into the president's constitutional authority over principal officers. And under any standard, making facially contradictory statements of financial documents, whether a criminal burden of proof could be sustained or not, is more than sufficient grounds for removing a senior financial regulator from office. Dr. Cook's contrary claim rests instead on an artificially narrow interpretation of cause that finds no support in the statutory text, and that would prevent the president from removing Dr. Cook even if she were criminally convicted for fraud committed before taking office. Full response here. So, yeah. Says President Trump's decision decisive action against Lisa Cook exposes the rot in DC's unaccountable bureaucracy. The Federal Reserve Act grants POTUS the authority to remove governors for cause, and Cook's alleged mortgage fraud, detailed in Pulte's referral, meets that threshold. If a private sector executive lied on financial docs, they'd be fired instantly. Yet Cook clings to power, hiding behind procedural delays, while taxpayers fund her legal battles. This isn't about policy differences, it's about integrity. The Fed's independence isn't a license for appointees to dodge accountability. Trump's move reinforces that no bureaucrat is above scrutiny, especially those overseeing America's financial system. Drain the swamp, one corrupt insider at a time. I'm not saying it doesn't work, fine, Mark. I'm saying like none of this stuff is where I doesn't work. They make things so it's like I'm learning how to work the computer again, finding where stuff is and how to do stuff. And it's like, oh, the Seagate hard drives. I never finished the funny story about the Seagate hard drives. Unless you did finish the story, then it wasn't funny. Either way, I still believe in you, Jim. No, okay. So I bought 2 of them, okay? And because they don't, these new computers, they don't put any storage per se in there, and they don't even give you the option to do it. But they have space in there to do it, and there's openings and stuff. And actually, this one came with SATA cables, SATA cable, SATA cables, and an extra power cable to hook up, the daisy chain power cable for the SATA pad power. So I was like, oh, cool. So, and it had spots for up to 3 hard drives and 4 SSDs for 3.5-inch hard drives and 4 2.5-inch SSDs or whatever. So I got 2 of the 24 terabyte Seagate Barracudas because they were on sale actually for $240 a piece from Seagate. So I was like, well, that's cheap. That's like, that's like $10 a terabyte. Like, that's cheap. Like, I'll get 2 of them, throw them in there, and that's going to be enough. And if I have to add more later, I will, or whatever. Because then I could actually start. I wouldn't have to, I would be able to like save my videos on this stuff, and I wouldn't have to worry about saving them on my other computer or anything like that, or on a different thing. One of the hard drives was bad, defective. It was just beep. It would go beep, beep, beep. So I call and all this stuff. They're like, yeah, that sounds like a problem. Did you try swapping the cables to make sure it wasn't a bad cable? Did you try it wasn't a bad port? I'm like, yeah, I did it. I swapped everything. It's the drive does the same thing. And they're like, okay, we'll mail it back to us. They wanted me to pay to ship it back to them. I'm like, I just got it. I just hooked it up and it doesn't work. Why would I have to pay to ship it back to you to get a replacement? That seems like, So anyway, so they ended up sending me after I complained a little bit, and then said, well, I could have Amex take care of it if you want. Not pay you for either one of them, because Amex will just, what? Seagate sucked? No, don't tell me that. I thought they used to be good. Well, they are Seagate drives. Seagate sucked for years. The last time I bought drives, their Barracudas used to be really, really good. They used to be super fast and good. What should I have gotten a WD black or something? Probably, right? The price difference was atrocious. Maybe guess what you pay for, I guess. Hey, we're coming up on 2 hours. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Hitachi is the best. WD hasn't screwed them up after acquiring them. Well, I wish I would have known that. I should have asked, I guess. If you haven't hit the like, please hit the like. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And pay attention to the goal. We are just about $27 away from adding an extra hour. $27 away from adding an extra hour. We got about a half hour, I think, left to go. Yeah, I'm super tired of buying new stuff that doesn't work. I buy refurbished computers and phone, haven't had any problems. Yeah, the first computer I got, I had to mail back because it was defective. There was something wrong with the graphics card. It would just shut off and then go super loud. Like zzz, and so I sent it back. This one seems fine, so we'll see. So here's the filing that Trump filed, which we're not going to look at it long, about the fired. What is going on here? Introduction. The Federal Reserve Act empowers the president to appoint with the vice and Senate, members of the board, and the Federal Reserve. Those governors set for fixed terms unless sooner removed for cause by the president. So if it says right there, removed for cause by the president, that's right there. That's all you need. So that just means he can do it. The statute thus expressly contemplates that even setting aside Article through authority over principal officers, the president retains broad discretion to remove a governor for cause. That's what the president did here. Following nomination, Senate, Lisa Cook began serving as a governor. Earlier this month, Director Housing Authority referred Cook for potential criminal prosecution over what appears to be false representations in a pair of mortgage applications that Cook entered into in 2021. In both agreements, she entered with just weeks of each other that she would occupy both as a primary residence. Cook offered no defense to charges not in public or in private. Accordingly, 5 days later, the president terminated Cook for cause from her service as a governor. So he gave her 5 days to respond. She didn't. You're fired. It's longer than I would have gave her. I would have gave her 5 minutes. And look at this. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. FHFA Director Bill Pulte has filed another criminal referral against Democrat Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over mortgage fraud on a third property and misrepresentations about her properties to the United States government while serving on the federal board. Holy crap, Bill Pulte is leaving no stone unturned. These inconsistencies appear Cook made additional multiple false representations, including to the U.S. government, regarding the status of her mortgages and properties. Lisa Cook is losing the battle. She should step aside and let President Trump's firing take effect. Look at that. Looks, you can't get me. I can do what I want. It's FAFO time for Lisa Cook, or as we call her, Lisa the Crook. This says second criminal referral. Yeah. On April 7th, just 4 months before Cook took out 2 separate loans, which she falsely declared separate properties, Cook entered a 15-year mortgage on a condominium. According to the mortgage agreement, bank staff, Federal Credit Union occupied a property as borrower's second home. However, 8 months after representing bank would be her second home, Cook represented the U.S. government. She earned $15,000 and $50,000 in rental income as in rental property. Again, multiple filings from the 2022, 23, 24 represent this property as investment rental property, not as a second home. Second homes receive lower mortgage rates than investment properties. Cook attempted or did currently renting her property in Georgia. However, during this time, Governor Cook, while under consideration for the Senate, Cook has disclosure filings to the United States represented listed properties mortgaged to government as a personal residence. Oh, so she lied to him while she was being confirmed. Wow. Financial disclosure. In 2025, Cook represented to the Ann Arbor property still a personal residence, but U.S. Housing Authority had reason to believe the property is currently being used as a rental property. Well, that's what they're going to do there. They're going to get her. You are here, FAFO, definitely. Have I seen a video on the Muslim Brotherhood strategy, ballot or bullet? No. Where can I find it? To say about a full. Okay. A third property, Pulte drops new criminal referral on Lisa Cook as a mortgage fraud scandal. So it's just called the Muslim Brotherhood strategy, ballot or bullet. I'll look for it as the stuff widens. I think I can get it this way. Oh. Is it on YouTube or is it on Rumble? Where is it? As I've been saying about Letitia's case, Cook couldn't qualify for an investment property loan. I worked in mortgages for 15 years. She's going to prison. Why New York Attorney General Letitia James can't argue her fraudulent mortgage applications were accidental from a former mortgage loan originator. Primary residence for second home versus investment property interest rates increases with risk factors of non-primary resident mortgages. Repayment has already been well discussed. This is the least important component to the lie for a gain. Minimum down payment percentage required increases significantly with secondary and investment properties. Additional qualifications requirements for second homes and investment properties include lower debt to income ratios, minimum required liquid reserves, down payment gift sources not allowed, minimum required credit score, minimum trade line history, and credit report requirements. Purchase of a principal residence in a state where one is not employed requires at a minimum a letter of explanation signed by the borrower, but typically a letter on company letterhead from an employer stating that the employee works remotely, etc. Underwriting would have required documentation in the file in order to sell the loan to the secondary market. Well, maybe they lied though. It's on Instagram. Okay, I'll look for it. That's the link. Okay. I look. Automated underwriting is significantly stauncher on non-primary residences and a mixture of minimal poor credit history, minimal reserves, debt to income ratio. Okay, lower seasoning required. Yep, she committed fraud to obtain a property in every form financially. Wow, that seems like possible. Okay. Let me see. Okay, we will pull up that thing when we get done with the story. She committed fraud to obtain a property in every form financially, not just lower interest rates. She committed fraud to qualify. POA means literally nothing in mortgage fraud. If she thought that would protect her, she's the dumbest lawyer in America. All the above applies to the 1 to 4 versus 5+ unit property as well. If she doesn't receive the maximum penalties allowed under both state and federal law, will personally be picketing her office door. She had to sign multiple documents acknowledging the violation of the mortgage fraud, and even one from the FBI as part of both her application and her closing. She is a criminal. I'll agree. She is a criminal. They're all criminals. All criminals. They work in the federal government. They're all criminals. All criminals. They're sad, sad criminals. Mhm. 3 strikes and you're out. Today, U.S. Federal Housing sent a second criminal referral in this matter. I got it already. Grip. I got it. I think it's the same one, probably. Of Lisa D. Crook related. Lisa DeCrook. Her name is actually Lisa DeCrook. Lisa D. Crook. Lisa DeCrook. Related to a mortgage on a third property and alleged misrepresentations about her properties, the United States government during her time as governor of the United States Federal Reserve. On April 7, 2021, Crook entered in a 15-year mortgage for a condominium in Cambridge, Massachusetts, representing it as her second home. Only 8 months later, on December 1st, Crook signed an ethics form with the U.S. government that this property was an investment rental property, and subsequent filings from 2022 and 2025. Cook consistently listed this property as an investment rental property, not a second home. Very interesting. Representing the property as a second home may have allowed Cook to secure a lower second home mortgage down payment and rates, as investment properties typically carry a higher down payment and higher rates due to increased risk. Additionally, Crook allegedly misrepresented her Atlanta, Georgia property from 2022-2025 the U.S. government as her residence, despite evidence suggesting it was being rented out to tenants. Similarly, Crook declared in 2025 government filing that her Ann Arbor, Michigan property was her first personal residence. However, we have reason to believe that of 2025, the Ann Arbor property is being used as a rental property, not a personal residence. These inconsistencies appear Crook made additional multiple false representations, including to the U.S. government, regarding the status of her mortgages and properties. Wow. That's just nuts. That's just nuts. It's all there. It's all there. Yeah, second referral. Yeah, exhibitor property, founder authority. That's all there. Got it all there. Yeah. How did Cook afford to take out these 3 mortgages? In a matter of a few months. Most lender would throw a big red flag at this in general. It raises more questions. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe because if she works, so what did she? I would be looking to see if she used any of her influence as a Federal Reserve governor to assert some influence over a bank to make these loans happen. That's what I would be looking at. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would be looking at, because if you're a loan officer at some bank, and all banks basically have to play nice with the Federal Reserve because that's where the money comes from. Maybe she works for the Federal Reserve. She's a governor, so no, just push it through. Possible, right? Also, how did she pay these mortgages? She took an unpaid leave from MSU in May 2022 per her government disclosures. She did not have a major source of income nor a spouse to help make the payments. Huh. That is interesting. Where did the money come from? Where did the money come from? Oopsie, despite claiming her mortgage application that her Michigan home was a primary residence, she claimed in 2023 government disclosures that it was a rental property. I could be wrong, but starting to smell a COVID relief type scam here. Ooh, it's quite possible. Maybe there's some COVID scam money going on, or some kind of weird stuff going on. Something weird. I believe I know. How many members of Congress have participated in a law for a loan scam? How long has it been? Oh, let's pull this up real quick. What does it say? Nuclear bombshell report. How many members of Congress have participated in a lawfare loan scam, and how long has it been going on? Look at them all. We got Shifty Shift. We got this clown. I think that's, I don't know, Norm Eisen. I don't know. And you got AO Ski. You got Rat Skin. And you got Puller Losi. Congressman and lawyer Jamie Ratskin pulled off the same kind of hide the mortgage trick as Mueller Russia hoax prosecutor Andrew Weissman. That's who that was, Andrew Weissman. Huh. NGO grants. Maybe it was Cat was in law enforcement. Yeah, maybe. Same structure, same pattern, same purpose. Get real estate, hide the money trail, walk away clean. Look at him. Rat skin. You see him doing that? He looks like a human, a human Ratatouille. Remember the rat from Ratatouille? Just look at him. That's Ratatouille. He's literally Ratatouille. Ratskin. Ratskin bought his home in Maryland for $371,500 in 1990. He took out a $285,000 mortgage from NCNB Mortgage Corporation. No problem so far, but it gets very shady here. Ratskin. Jamie B. Raskin as joint tenants. Sarah Bloom and Jamie Raskin. In 93, Ratskin quietly took out another mortgage for $202,000 from New America Savings Bank. That loan was an adjusted rate mortgage at just 5%, recorded while the original mortgage was still active, immediately sold to a third party, the Franklin Group. This wasn't a normal refinance. The 1993 loan was sold off without recourse, a legal term that means the original bank, New America, walks away clean, and even if the loan goes bad. This makes it look like Raskin took the money and shifted the debt into a legal black hole. Then in 94, Raskin and his wife filed a $0 deed transferring the property to themselves. No mention of the outstanding mortgages. No mention of consideration. Just a legal shuffle designed to disrupt the paper trail. What? Can this be legal? Look at him. Oh, here, you take it. No, you take it. $202,000 loan was mysteriously satisfied in 95, but not by New America or the Franklin Group. It was closed out by Barnett Mortgage Company, a completely different entity that never appears in any of the official assignment change. Yeah. Totally sounds like money laundering, doesn't it? It does. Look at him. That's like Ratatouille, and he can't even cook you anything good. Raskin took out 2 loans. There's no sign he ever paid them. And then 2 different lenders, Barnett Mortgage and First Federal of Rochester, erased the debt without explanation. Huh. That's standard lending practice or illegal debt laundering for crooked insiders. Is this a recipe? Remember, Weissman pulled the same trick. $1 million loan for First Republic. Bank collapses days later. JP Morgan takes over. No trace of repayment. These aren't accidents. These men are sophisticated attorneys and modern day lawfare bank robbers. Yeah. Appears to be legal if you're a Democrat. Does seem to be that way sometimes, doesn't it? Who paid these loans? Why were they reassigned and wiped clean? Why Raskin's $0 deed in the middle of the doll? Are these normal real estate transactions, or is this a multi-million-dollar widespread corruption? Could be. Could be. These aren't mortgages. They're racketeering instruments, and this isn't Congress. It's RICO. This is court-ready evidence, but I cannot prosecute. Eagle Ed Markin could subpoena the lenders and audit the releases. Someone needs to roll these losers up once and for all. Right, get them all. Get them all. In Newtonian physics, it's well known that every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. Counter lawfare is my reaction to these lawfare criminals destroying my business and trying to destroy my life. Excellent, fine, thank you. Boop, boop, ba-choo, boop, boop, choo. A third property? What? Pulte drops new referral on Lisa D. Crook, as mortgage scandal widens. Thursday night, Federal Housing and Financial Director Bill Pulte dropped a second criminal referral against Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, based on evidence that she entered into a 15-year mortgage on a third property, which she listed as her second home. But she got 3. Why would that be her second? Can't she count? Look at that. Can't she count? As counts. On the ethics form signed with the government, however, Cook noted it was an investment rental property. Uh-oh. Why is this bad or not simply a clerical error, as Pulte notes? Representing the property as a second home may have allowed Cook to secure a lower second mortgage, down payment, and rates, as investment properties typically carry higher payments and higher rates due to increased risk. Risk. She has the risk. That's a good question. I'm not sure if there was any mortgage legislation going on at the time that all these strange happenings were happening with mortgage companies, but I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. 3 strikes and you're out. That's right. The new criminal referral follows an initial referral Pulte made after Crook listed 2 properties as her primary residence in 2021, ostensibly reaping manifold benefits on tax treatment and interest rates, which Crook hasn't denied. About that clerical error, early Thursday, Crook filed a lawsuit against Trump administration after President Donald J. Trump fired her on Monday for cause. Among the excuses contained in the lawsuit for listing the 2 properties as her primary residence was a possible clerical error. Except Crook described herself in her 2023 nomination hearing as having significant experience in banking and finance. Well, yeah, she's an expert in banking and finance, purported by the fraud she was able to pull off with nobody catching it for years. As evidenced by my service on the board of directors of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. Oh, not a good place to work. And a community development financial institution in Michigan, in addition to my employment as an investment bank and large commercial bank. Huh. Well, that's her name, Lisa D. Crook. Lisa DeCrook. I used to like crowdsource the truth, but he is a paywall tease. Never tell an unpaid masses what secret you found. That way you can better reveal behind a paywall. Oh, is he really? I don't know. Their testimony of right there. It says right there, Governor Lisa D. Crook. It says right there, that's her name. Don't wear it out. After being a Marshall School scholar at the Oxford University and earning my PhD in economics at the University of California, Berkeley. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Yeah, maybe that's how she paid it. You're right. She kept money under her mattress like Fannie Willis. And yeah, maybe that's why. Biden judge cast doubt on Trump's firing order. Where's the judge? Wow, look at that judge. Look at that face of the judge. Man. Ooh. Yeah. And Bank of Chicago makes you question relationship to Obama, definitely. U.S. District Judge Cobb, a Biden appointee on Friday morning, held a hearing after fired Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook sued Trump. Cook asked Judge Cobb to block Trump. There was no immediate ruling. A battle Federal Reserve Governor lawsuit against Trump and Jerome Powell. Pursuant to my authority under Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. 1913? As amended, you are hereby removed from your position on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, effective immediately. President Trump wrote in a letter to Lisa Cook, I have determined that there is sufficient cause to remove you from your position. Trump added, as he cited housing regulator Bill Pulte's criminal referral on Lisa Cook. I've determined there's sufficient cause to remove you, Trump added as he cited a regular Bill Pulte's criminal referral on Lisa Cook for mortgage fraud, specifically occupancy fraud. Lisa the Crooks apparently owns 3 properties, and she allegedly committed fraud on all 3 properties. How many times did she commit fraud? Not once, not twice, but all 3 times she committed the fraud. There's the letter. It's pursuant to my authority under Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States of America and the Federal Reserve Act of 1933, as amended, you are hereby removed from your position on the Federal Board of Federal Reserve Governors, effective immediately. And here's the Reuters on it says, hearing ends without ruling on Trump's firing of federal governor Crook. Yes, we like to keep the crooks. Oh, wow. That face. Hearing is first step in an expected lengthy legal battle. Well, we'll see. You're right. I didn't do the count laugh. I should have did it. I did the voice. I didn't do the laugh. I fucked up. I screwed up. A court hearing, Trump's attempt to fire. No, he didn't attempt to fire. He fired her. It's not an attempt. He fired her. She no longer is in the office. She has no access to get in. Jerome Powell says you're fired also. So, meaning the U.S. central bank policymaker will remain in place for now. Wait a minute. An attempt to fire. A court hearing on his attempt to fire her ended Friday with no immediate ruling on the unprecedented legal fight, meaning the U.S. central bank policymaker will remain in place for now. No, she's fired. What are they talking about? Reuters, how could you screw this up? She's not working. She got this completely backwards. She's been fired. Remain in place as a not in the office? Where do they come up with this stuff? Anyway, so here's the story of a man named something who is something.
So before it was by the sword, now it's getting themselves. Now it's getting through Congress. So before it was by the sword, now it's getting themselves into Parliament and then making laws that act as the sword, the Islamophobia law in Canada, M103.
Yeah.
Muslim Brotherhood.
I find that there are only 2 things which are open to our movements. Ballot or bullet, nothing in between.
I used to say that democracy is haram. Now I say participation in democracy is our jihad. That's our jihad. We're going to fight not through the bullets, but the ballot.
Going to the ballot and voting is now an obligatory action, fard ayn. And it is a jihad that is now needs to be done because this is our modern jihad. You can elect a person who wants the Sharia.
Because in the United States, what we do know is that in the past election, just this last election, there have been over 800 Muslim candidates running for office.
We may end up with about 50 members of Congress in the next 6 years. That's really the essence of dismantling the system of injustice, is to replace it with the people who represent the Prophet ﷺ.
Islam itself is not really a religion per se, because Sharia is not a religion. Sharia is an issue of laws. You know, Faisal Abdul Rauf, the man behind the Ground Zero Mosque, you know, he says America must become Sharia compliant. What's that all about? Yeah. So, you know, the West needs to begin to understand that we're not dealing with an issue of religion. We're dealing with the promoters of Sharia. That's who the enemy is.
Sharia supremacist enterprise.
Islam historically was actually the religion of a ruling elite minority over often majorities of non-Muslim did.
They would like to implement it.
Our job is to change the Constitution of America.
Present what we as Muslims want to implement here in the United States. We believe the Constitution should be replaced by the Quran.
First move that I will do, I will abolish the Constitution. I will establish the only logical and rational Constitution, which is the Quran and the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Now it's getting through Congress. So before it was by the...
Okay, so that's very interesting. That is very interesting. I hope I don't get struck for that. So let me do this, and after this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, this. Let me see here. Any stories that popped up that I want to cover? So this is about this crook thing. We'll go back to this real quick. So let me get this straight. The Fed hired a governor that was a plagiarist, politically deranged, unqualified, and a fraudster. What a disaster. Flashback to fired Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook said in 2020 that Donald Trump was definitely a fascist who was in charge of our nation's whatever. Let's see.
We have seen this before. And that's why my European friends told me before Trump was elected not to make fun of what was happening, to take very seriously what was happening, because they've had recent skirmishes with fascism. They know the impact of fascism. And this guy is definitely a fascist and embraces that, and will sow divisions in this country that that will take a long time to mend. We have seen this before, and that's why my European friends.
Okay, so that's what she had to say about that. Let's see, is there anything else going on? Oh yeah, Goolsby. I remember him. So that's about it. So let's go look here. Let's go to X. Let's go home on X and see what the first story that pops up is. Oh, here's Pam Bondi talking about the tariffs. I'm going to pull up a couple other stories, but just want to let everyone know we got 6 minutes left to get the additional $27 to go for another hour. Just saying, you know. Trump found that there was that could be in gifted memberships, that could be in super chats, Rumble rants, PayPal, and Cash App. That's a little shout out to the toe. Trump found that there was a national emergency and took action under the law by imposing tariffs. The judges of the federal circuit are interfering with the president's vital constitutional central role in foreign policy. This decision is wrong and undermines the United States on the world stage. The Justice Department will appeal this decision and continue to fight to restore the president's lawful authority. Yes, the selected judge that works Cook's case is from the same sorority, whatever Delta, whatever it is, the Delta THC, whatever, Delta 595. And so was the clerk that assigned it to her. They're all sorority sisters. And they look like they could be actual sisters. When you look at them, they all look the same. Epstein's file. The Federal Circuit's decision as a judicial activism as worse, unelected judges overriding presidential authority to protect American workers and industries. When POTUS invokes national security to address trade imbalances and foreign exploitation, courts have no business, show more, substituting their policy preferences. This ruling undermines the constitutional separation of powers and emboldens globalist interests who profit from America's economic weakness. Yeah, I think that was right? Omega Mu, probably. If I need to, what? Oh, you can delete those links if you need. No, you don't have to delete any links. You're good. I don't mind anybody putting links into in Rumble. Anyone can put links in Rumble they want. It helps me out if I get a link there to something good to pull up. The Justice Department can't appeal can't come soon enough. American first policies require executive flexibility. Not endless litigation. Here, the rant to at least give me Bellicam. Bellicam's been on, dude. Bellicam's right there. You don't see Bellicam? Bellicam's been on the whole time. She's up in the upper corner. Let me look, see what the rant is. $20. Okay. $20. Thank you so much. So now we're $7 away from going for another hour. $7 away from another hour. Just $7 away from another hour. We only need $7. Go another hour. That's like a... You must have missed that Bella was already up there in the corner. You didn't see her? Look at how big she is. How can you miss her? Gotta look fast. You'll miss her. Yeah, she moves quick, doesn't she? Yeah, so this is a real word. Rest assured, the overreach will be stopped by POTUS. I'm going to pull up. I'm going to give you guys a little bit. I'm going to give it a little more time, see if we get to $7 to go for an hour. But we'll pull up these other stories real quick. I got a couple other stories I will do. Get them lined up. I got to pull some links here. Open link. Open link. Open link. Link. Open link. 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 Open link. No. Where is that at? Which one? After Fox. One after Fox. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh. Well, I guess they decided to go for the extra hour because Daniel Gygax came in with one more hour for $9.99, and then Wrestler Town came in with the 7 and says no latte for me tomorrow. So we are officially getting the extra hour, and we're actually $10 into the next hour. So let me correct the banner, and we'll fix this. And I'm going to correct the banner real quick, and go. go. All right. So we're there we go. So we got the extra hour, and we would go for it's pronounced gigax, not gygax. Okay, gigax. I'll remember that, not gygax. Okay. All right. Cool. All righty. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Breaking. Trump's State Department dropped the hammer. Gigax. Okay, gigax. I got it. Palestinian Authority and PLO officials are being denied visas to attend the UN General Assembly in New York. For the first time, America is holding them accountable for terrorism and lawfare. Read below. That's right. Marco Rubio comes through again with some based ass takes. I tell you, the move blocks Palestinian officials from addressing the world at the UN next month. Why? Because they failed to repudiate terrorism. Oh, a new name for the people in the chat, the Jim Somniacs. That actually that actually is not bad, G Shark. I think that might be a winner. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll in the in the about page, in the community page. I'll do a poll and I'll let it run for like a few days, and then we'll see. And I'm gonna put that one in there along with a couple other ones. But I think that might be one. Hey, John Carter comes in with another 10. Says just got done flying. Need to wind down with your show. Well, thank you. Yeah, right. That is pretty. That is pretty good, isn't it? That is pretty good. That's what I think. That might be a winner. I might just say so. That is perfect. Let me adjust the banner down again. So we're going to do this real quick, and then we can take it down to 55 for a second hour. Okay. Comments. Thank you very much, everybody. That might be the Jim Somniacs. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I think that's going to work. They backed Hamas after October 7th. They used lawfare at the ICC and the ICJ to bypass negotiations. And enough is enough. Secretary Rubio, it is in our national security interest to hold PLO and PA accountable. That's the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and the PA is the Palestinian Authority. Or they can be partners for peace. They must repudiate terrorism. The translation, you can't bankroll terrorists with our aid money and expect the U.S. visas. It's about time. And Rubio is just based as hell now. I don't know where this Rubio has been, because he sure didn't act this way when he was in the Senate. Yeah, because I am an insomniac, so I will thumbs up that name. This is a seismic shift from the Biden years. Under Biden, Palestinian officials waltzed into the UN, smeared Israel, and demanded recognition of a terror state with zero concessions. Now Trump's America First policy says no visas for terror apologists. Yeah. The new Rubio is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. 12 hours flying the max. Time for Jim and Publix $5 sushi. Is that you fly the 737 Max? Is it safe? Did you keep it safe? I feel like I should do a Gandalf voice. Is it safe? Is it secret? Meanwhile, France, Canada, and the UK and Australia are signaling they'll recognize Palestine at the UN, but Germany just broke with them. Chancellor Friedrich Merz said flatly, "We do not see the requirements met. Cracks are showing in Europe." Yeah, little Marco, all grown up. It's amazing, isn't it? All little Marco, all grown up. He says, yes, it is. That's awesome. Good to know. Germany won't support recognition of Palestine statehood, Merz says. The PA has spent decades paying stipends to terrorist families, teaching children to hate Jews, undermining every peace attempt with lies followed by violence. And the UN gave them a stage. Trump just shut the door. The special envoy Steve Witkoff told Fox News that he expects the Israel-Hamas war to end before year's end. Why? Because Trump is applying pressure where it belongs, on Hamas to release hostages, on the PA to stop aiding terrorists, and on allies to stop funding lies. Maybe the U.S. should stop funding, because we send a lot of money over there. Wonder why your chat is not unmasking chat names? I have no idea. Do I not have it set up for the do I not have it? Is it the did they fix that? No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What do you mean? What's that mean? You could call ourselves the Gym Bros. Well, see, the problem with the Gym Bros is that there's a lot of women in the chat that like watching the show, and I wouldn't want to exclude them because I would, yeah. So many streams are showing the actual Google names. Why? Why would they be doing that? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. If you enjoyed this content, and here's the story from Newsmax, so we can read it for ourselves. I've seen that before. Sometimes one Ank. I've seen that, and I don't know why it does that. It's something to do with the crown thingy, with the crown that they're doing. I know it's a play on Gym Bros. The problem is that, like I said, there's the other terminology for the other group of the women at the gym. They have a different name that rhymes with bros, and I would feel very I wouldn't want the lovely ladies that are very astute, intelligent, and they participate in the chat, and they're great, and I like to have them around. I wouldn't want them being called that. Yes, that's it. Yeah. That's it, Hank. I wouldn't want that to be referenced to any of the people. Toes, definitely gym toes, and the gym dishwashers. No. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. I would never want that. So that's why I think the gym Somniacs is the best one. That works best. U.S. revokes Palestinian visas ahead of the assembly. Is this going to be an actual? Is this going to be an actual them talking about this?
Gaza Arabs have been screaming genocide for years, while the population has doubled over the last few years. Doubled. That's a hell of a genocide. and then, of course, he talked about the humanitarian aid that he's giving to Gaza. But I want to ask this question. In what war do we worry about enemy civilians? In the Russia-Ukraine war, have we heard anything about the Ukraine and Russian civilians who are being killed? No one says a word. In the Iraq war that we fought against Iraq, 100,000 civilians were killed. No one said a word. During Nazi Germany, the Holocaust, millions of civilians were killed. No one said a word. Why are people screaming about the Gaza enemy civilians, 90% of whom voted for Hamas, 93% by their own polls supported October 7th massacre? Why are we worried about them? Because it's a way to condemn Jews. This is pure anti-Semitism, people worrying about enemy civilians. So this is new, by the way. Israel has not been pushing back on these lies for the last 2 years. Finally, he's pushing back. I wish, though, he had talked a little bit about Islam, that we need just as the president of Egypt, al-Sisi, said, we need a reformation of Islam, which promotes hatred and violence against Jews and against Christians. I wish he made it clear that Mahmoud Abbas has made it clear no Christian or Jew will be allowed in any future state of Palestine, that the leaders of Hamas has said, first we want to kill the Jews, but next we're going to kill all the Christians. The charters of Hamas and Fatah, I wish he had said, the charters of Hamas and Fatah call for the murder of every Jew and for the destruction of Israel. What point needs to be made very clearly. This Arab-Islamic war against the Jews in the West is not about land. It's not about economics. It's not about a state. It's about destroying the Jewish state of Israel, ultimately destroying America, and killing as many Jews and Christians as we can.
Oh, that's crazy. No. What happened? All right, so here's the story. State Department announced on Friday. I was trying to set up a poll in there real quick, but I couldn't remember one of the other names. don't remember the other name that someone put up last. Does anyone remember what the other names were that they suggested last week? I can't remember. The State Department announced on Friday that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is denying and revoking visas for Palestinian officials ahead of the upcoming United Nations General Assembly. Members of the Palestinian Liberation Organization and the Palestinian Authority, including PA President Mahmoud Abbas, will not be allowed to attend the assembly next month and will need to repudiate terrorism in order to get their visas reinstated. Trump administration has been clear. It is in our nation's national security interest to hold the PLO and PA accountable for not complying with their commitments and for undermining the prospects for peace, the statement read. Before the PLO and PA can be considered partners for peace, they must consistently repudiate terrorism, including the October 7th massacre, and end incitement to terrorism and education as required by U.S. law and promised by the PLO. Since 2012, the Palestinian representatives have held UN non-member status, which allowed them to debate but not vote. What the hell was the other one that I said was good? Oh. All right. I started a poll in there, and I picked 4 ones that I remembered from the other one. So if you guys want to participate in the poll and decide, and then we'll figure out from there what it should be. So, gym class. Oh, damn it. That's another good one, Charles. That's another good one. Can I edit the poll? Is it possible to edit the poll? Well, you know what we'll do? Whatever, we'll take the top finisher, and then we'll try gym class. And then so far, it seems like Jim Somniacs is taking the lead. But, we'll check. We'll do a runoff. Yeah, gym class is better. We'll do a runoff. Close the poll, make a new one. All right, I'll end the poll, make a new one. I'll do that. That's easy enough. That's easy enough to do. Although Jim Somniacs was running away with it. So end poll. And then we'll do another poll. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. What was the other one? Now I can't remember what the other one was. No, not gymnosperms. We're not going to do that. That's crazy. Yeah, the statement outlines action items for them, and both steps materially contributed to Hamas' refusal to release the hostages. Several countries, including UK, France, and Australia, said they will call for a Palestinian state at the assembly. State Department spokesman Tommy Peugeot said the Geriatrics. I don't know what. Hate to be here for the thaw. I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, Metallica was much better with Dave Mustaine. Just saying. Oh, for the old people. Oh, instead of geriatrics, Jimmyatrics. Well, I hope it's not all old people here. So the United States remains open to re-engagement when it's consistent with our laws, and should the PLO meet their obligations and demonstrably take concrete steps to return a constructive path of compromise and peaceful coexistence with the state of Israel, the statement concluded. Rubio is granting waivers to permanent staff of the PA and observer missions. Oh shit! You know what else I didn't do? I didn't fix the goal. All right, Now I have to do this and goal ended. So I have to start another goal. And so it's technically, we already did. What do we got? Where are we at now? We're currently only 55 to go for an extra hour. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just go like this and then make it 5. We'll do 10 $5 super chats to end in an hour. And then that's where we're at. We'll go like there we go. Totally forgot to do that. Yeah. Oh, Danny said Dave was only on Kill 'Em All. Your favorite album was Ride the Lightning. I think, though, if I'm not mistaken, I think Dave wrote some of the songs. Jimborees, that's not bad. Little Fish Get Flushed. I think where are we at here? So we got Jim Somniacs at 56%, and we got Jim Class at 41, and we are 50. Now we got 53-41, and we got Jim Bros at 5. So yeah, we're gonna go a while on this. We're gonna make it till we get to. So Rubio is granting waivers to permanent staff of the PA Observer Mission under UN headquarters agreement. And then the BBC reports it this way. It says U.S. blocks Palestinian leader from attending UN meeting in New York. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has been blocked from attending UN Assembly in New York next month after he and 80 other Palestinian officials had their visas revoked. Marco Rubio blamed him for undermining peace efforts. Most definitely. Okay. All right. Then we're going to jump into some other news about some stuff that's going on in the U.S. itself. DHS tells Fox News a U.S. citizen agitator was arrested in Maine after she harassed Border Patrol agents who were arresting 2 illegal aliens who had crashed a commercial vehicle. Then she nearly ran the agents down in her car, squealing the tires and swerving in front of them. Local police then pursued Olivia Wilkins, who later crashed her own vehicle. She was arrested and charged with aggravated reckless conduct, criminal threatening with a dangerous weapon, driving to endanger, hindering apprehension, obstructing government administration, and failure to stop for an officer. Oh, you're going to good night, Hank. See y'all. Make sure you pick up on the replay the rest of the stream. Border Patrol arrested these 2 illegal aliens, Johan Andres Ortiz Calderon, who has a deportation order, and Victor Hugo Cardona Calderon is on a visa overstay who doesn't have a work permit. No, it's the chat, Choosy. It's not it's the name for the chat because like Joe's got the diggers, and then like Robert Gavea's got the watchers, and then I don't know. Nick had the I don't know what Nick had exactly. Psychopaths or something. DHS says the incident is the latest in a string of immigration agents being targeted. DHS statement to Fox: these incidents come after months of smears and rhetoric by activists, politicians, and the media comparing ICE and law enforcement to Nazi Gestapo kidnappers, the secret police. This shameful rhetoric has fueled the culture of hate against law enforcement, resulting in 1,000% increase in assaults against them. And all sanctuary politicians, activists, and the media need to turn down the temperature. The Jimmies But see, Jimmy's is also the name, another name. It's slang for a condom. So that's kind of like you gotta really be careful with that. So this is the woman that looks kind of like maybe, I don't know. And this is the crashed commercial vehicle that the illegals were driving. And this is number one. And this is number dos. And this is the person here. Wow, look at this. I wonder if she's going trans or something, non-binary, because so no, this is a trans. Okay, it's a trans. Look at Olivia Stevie Wilkins, he, customer service management director at warehouse, deputy clerk specialist. So yeah, look at it's a someone who, but here in this picture, she doesn't look he-ish. And then this picture, it totally looks like a he. So this is someone who's been taking testosterone to be a man, and so made her go crazy. Women can't handle the testosterone. You can't give it to them. Appears to be the same Olivia Wilkins of Thomastown, Maine. Yeah, it's the same one. How many are too many? Do you hear about Lester's preventable death? Of course not. That's why I do this. It's now posted the deaths of 1,094 people killed or allegedly killed by an illegal. There have been thousands of these preventable deaths over the years. But the mainstream media doesn't report them because it doesn't fit their narrative. That's terrible. Open borders equals preventable deaths. To Democrats, they're just collateral damage. Please repost so Lester isn't forgotten and inform people of his preventable death. Oh, look, Bella moved. Now I got to move the camera. I got to give the people what they pay for, you know. There we go. Now she's centered in the screen for everybody. Jim tells you because Tony Danza didn't. Hey, what's up, 556 Tsunami? How you doing, buddy? Hey, there's 99 people. Top Jimmy was a Van Halen song. That was Top Jimmy. It's an excellent song. Excellent song on 1984, right? Right? I think so. With Hot for Teacher and Eruption, right? Or no, was Eruption on that album? I don't know. Anyway. I'm not selling anything. I'm not writing a book, making a documentary. There's nothing in this for me. I see what's happening to our country, and I'm just trying to do something about it. Well, I congratulate you. I ask you repost because MSM doesn't report these preventable deaths. I try to post a photo of the victim so you can see these preventable deaths happen to real people and that they're taking our lives. And by them, someone's illegally in our country. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's good too. Yeah, streams have been doing really well. I've been really, really happy with it. Everyone, it's a lot of eruptions on Van Halen. What's the solo on 1984? What's that one called? If it's not Eruption, what was it called? So Van Halen, it was the self-titled album was Eruption. But what was the name of it on? What was the solo on 1984? Anyone? Come on, what's going on here? Lester Littleman Goldsmith, he enjoyed spending time with his family, hanging out, playing pool. People knew him death. Yeah. This guy was killed by an illegal. That's terrible. Here's the statement from DHS about the whole thing. Oh. Jim's Angel. Oh, it's just called 1984 and it's the intro to Jump. Okay. DHS responds to arrest of U.S. citizen that attempted to run down CBP agents. Yeah, Jump, Panama, Top Jimmy, and then Hot for Teacher is also on there. The guitar solo on 1984 was named 1984. Well, don't I sound retarded now? The Department of Homeland Security confirms the arrest of 24-year-old Olivia G. Wilkins, a U.S. citizen, after she attempted to run over a border agent who was arresting illegal aliens. But we saw that it's not a she. She identifies as a he, and clearly was taking a bunch of testosterone from the acne on her face and the way her face is blowing up and everything. And On August 25th, U.S. Border Patrol were assisting Maine State Police and the Knox County Sheriffs regarding a commercial vehicle rollover accident involving 2 illegal aliens. Johan Andres Ortiz Cardona has a final order of removal from an immigration judge. And Victor Hugo Cardona Calderon has a visa overstay and does not have a work permit. While escorting the 2 illegal aliens to the U.S. Border Patrol marked government vehicle owned by Wilkins, a bystander began verbally harassing the officers. She then used her vehicle to drive at the group of law enforcement, squealing the tires and swerving, nearly hitting them. But as we can see from this picture, this is not, this is someone who, you see the acne on the face, on the nose, on the face. That's testosterone that does that. Mm-hmm. The KCSO deputies pursued Wilkins, who subsequently crashed along the side of the road and placed her on arrest. She was charged with aggravated reckless conduct, criminal threatening with a dangerous weapon, driving to endanger, hindering apprehension, obstructing government administration, and failure to stop for an officer. On Monday afternoon, a woman deliberately attempted to run over a Border Patrol agent. This incident comes just 2 weeks after a threatening letter with a white powdery substance was sent to an ICE office in New York City. Less than a week ago, a violent rioter was charged with assault in San Francisco after he threatened to stab an ICE officer and harm his family. Earlier this week, there was a bomb threat at a Dallas ICE facility. These incidents come after months of smears and rhetoric by activists, politicians, and the media comparing ICE law enforcement to Nazi Gestapo, kidnappers, and secret police. The shameful rhetoric has fueled a culture of hate against law enforcement, resulting in a 1,000% increase in assaults against them. All sanctuary politicians, activists, and media need to turn down the temperature. The following are some additional attacks toward ICE and federal law enforcement perpetuated by the toxic media rhetoric that demonizes our brave law enforcement who risk their lives every day to remove the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens. On August 26th, law enforcement arrests suspect who made bomb threat on an ICE facility. August 22nd, DHS condemns rioters' violent assault on ICE law enforcement. July 26th, DHS captured violent extremists in a Prairie Land attack. Oh, yeah, we saw that. Anarchists and rioters in Portland docks ICE officers. 3 law enforcement personnel injured after a heroic shooting in McAllen, Texas. DHS sets a record straight on LA riots. Yeah, you must have an overload as a teen. Your Facebook. Yeah, well, that's what it's from, actually. That, you know, from testosterone. Yeah. Now we're gonna have to. We got this. Let's see, and then this actually, the video looks like it might actually have something to do with this. What is going on here?
These are stories of ordinary Americans who made an extraordinary impact.
Spirit of riding is right here.
Oh, we got an ad to listen to. I did install a Brave browser, but I didn't use it tonight because it was.
To putting a target on ICE. Even as assaults on federal agents surge, the left keeps adding fuel to the fire with smears like this.
This is a time for good trouble. This is a time for Americans to rise up. This is not Germany. That's the SS and the Gestapo. This is the United States of America. Unmask yourselves.
They look a lot like the Proud Boys of Trump's last term. They're wearing masks, often wearing surplus military gear.
Yeah, despite all the attacks, ICE is getting the job done. DHS says they've officially deported nearly 200,000 illegals since January. And let me tell you, that's a lot of bad hombres. Greg,
yes,
I want to go to you first because of that last thing he talked about, the masks. Said they look like the Proud Boys. Haven't we already learned that most of those were feds? Isn't that what the internet says?
I can't answer that question because I'm currently under investigation, but I wish that Democrats would create a list of people, places, and things that they haven't compared to Nazis. I'm sure it could fit on like a business card. And again, I go back to the A block because I made such an important point there, and also I'm running out of steam. Is this behavior logical? Is it reasonable? Clearly, those people know people who work in law enforcement who are nice reasonable people, and yet you decry their behavior as Gestapo-esque. How do you reconcile that? It's the most obvious question, and we never ask it. We never ask it. It needs to be asked every day. If you know reasonable people in law enforcement, how do you equate them with Nazis? Is it because you're calling the ones Nazis that you don't know? Or is it because it exists in your imagination? Or is it because the two positions are irreconcilable and your filter is broken because they can't be decent people and Nazis at the same time? So just stop it, you Nazi.
What do you think about, Sandra?
I'm glad you found something to say. So when you compare, and this is super serious, I think you cited the numbers there.
Super serial.
When you compare ICE agents to Nazi
Super
Germany's secret
serial.
police, you end up with targets on their backs, not just the backs of the ICE agents. And I know, Paul, you and I have talked a lot about this on our show. You're targeting the families, you're targeting the children, you're targeting the spouses that go to work every single day. Todd Lyons, the ICE director, said in June that these activists are targeting the families, the children of these ICE agents. They are now facing an 830% increase in assaults as they are carrying out these immigration enforcement actions. That is their job, their legal job to carry out. And that has made them targets. And that's really
Okay.
scary.
I forgot about that one, Dan. That one's going to go into the next
big
round.
topic that they want to attack
Gymnasts.
are that ICE agents are wearing masks. I mean, and they'll say it's
The
because
Gymnastic
you are literally
Society of
militarizing
Gymnasts.
people against us, trying to dox us, trying to hurt us. We cited that incidents of attacks on them went up. You know, as a citizen, I don't like the idea of federal agents rolling up, masked, doing anything, because I want to be left alone. But you know, the idea is they're not doing this to American citizens. They're doing it to invaders.
Also, they're being called Nazis.
Yes.
They're being called Nazis. I would wear a mask if people were calling me a Nazi, because you know what? They are putting a target on their back and saying, "How dare you put on a mask?"
No,
I have to wear a mask because you're calling me a Nazi.
Well, why would they,
idiots.
why is it such an issue? First of all, they're wearing vests and wearing other things that identify them as police. So this canard, well, they
You know
came
what's
up on me.
funny?
I thought they were going to rob me. That's BS. Go ahead.
They call it military surplus. Listen, the military doesn't buy that nice of equipment for us. That's not what that is.
Yeah, I know. But you know, I want to put all this in other context, because we've had this kind of a discussion before. Let me just say this: why does it matter to them so much that they're wearing masks? That's a canard, because obviously it's because they want their faces visible.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what would you care if they're wearing masks?
That's
For the love
right.
of God. All right, forget that for a second. I want to go back to something historical here. Just think again of the juxtaposition. I want to go back to something that is a tried and true part of the pantheon of the civil rights movement, which is very similar. 1963, George Wallace would not allow desegregation of Alabama school at University of Alabama.
Yeah.
So what happens? JFK calls in the National Guard. All right. And there's that big stand in the doorway moment. Wallace didn't want to let them in. And it was by executive order, by the way, whereas in this case, Donald Trump has statutes behind him. JFK sends in the National Guard. Wallace, get out of the way. He had to. The whole world celebrated that. It was the right thing to do. Legally, that exactly tracks to what Donald Trump is doing by using federal statute, to send ICE in. And the fact that they're wearing masks means ugats. It doesn't matter. All right. And we got to get past that part. As long as they're identifiable as cops, you lose.
Yes,
this
matching
defense that,
tracksuits.
oh, I didn't know. I took a shot at the guy because I thought he was robbing me. That's all crap. It's not true.
Jessica, you know, the big beautiful bill is absolutely beautiful. One of the things it does is it took a lot.
I put another poll up, but I forgot to put in the question, but everybody knows the question. It's the name of what the chat will be called, you know, so that's
a lot of money away from people defrauding the government with social programs, and now we're able to fund ICE, $75 billion. And that's a pretty big
Hey, what's
deal,
up, Mordred Kane? How you doing?
I mean, yeah, ICE has more funding than the IDF, and look what the IDF.
Oh, damn it,
can pull
Jim
off.
Witz. That's a good
We
one.
know exactly where this administration's
I would
priorities
compare
are.
LA to Gaza.
Oh, man.
I think that you would be very wrong to make that comparison. Listen, this idea that the agents have to be identifiable and you say they're all uniformed, that is not true.
Yes,
there are
it says
plainclothes
police on
cops.
the vest.
No, there are plainclothes ICE agents that are pulling people into vans. It has been documented. On top of it, the NYPD, for instance, which you were a part of, has a policy against masking, right? They even have had a policy against
because it's New
facial
York City
hair.
and it's been run by communists for the last 15 years. I mean, we never had that. There was a law in New York State that you were not allowed to wear a mask.
Listen,
and by the way,
we
they
all
want to put
want
that back.
transparent policing. That's why we like the body cams.
No, because you
That's
want to
why we
dox
like
these
it.
guys.
No.
That's why. Of course it is.
Why
Not
not?
you.
That's
you
all
have-
it is.
That's all it is.
If you have a 3,000 a person a day quota, which has been Stephen Miller's directive, where he got up there and he said, you go to Home Depot, you go to immigration court, you go to church, you go wherever you need to go to get 3,000 people out of this country on a daily basis, mistakes are going to be made and people are going to do things that they do not want to be doing.
And that's the argument after letting 20 million in?
First of all, they did not let in
get them out?
20
'Cause a
million people.
mistake could
That
be
isn't.
made.
No, worst first was what we were
You
told
were
was
against
going
that
to
too.
happen. No,
Yes,
I
you
was
were.
not against
Yes,
worst first.
you
and Joe
Was
Biden,
the
by the way,
Maryland dad
started.
a good guy or a bad guy?
Well, it hasn't been. You haven't had much success proving that he's who you said he was. Everyone is calling him a human trafficker. They haven't charged him with any of the things that you say that he did. Why not?
Yeah, they didn't get OJ either. Okay, the fastest is up next. Well,
Damn it. All right, I have to refresh it now that I watched the story. So it says President Trump, where are we at here? Woman tries to run over Border Patrol. Woman tries to run over Border Patrol to Jim Nuts. Okay, you guys are killing me now. The Jimmy's leaving me. Let's go with Jim Nats. Jim Nats or Jim Witz. Jim Nuts. I don't know. I'm going to have to probably do a poll and leave it up a lot longer. Patrol agents helping illegal immigrant Maine. So woman tried to run over Border Patrol agents who were helping with a car crash. And what about Jimmigration? Yes. So targets on their back. A woman who tried to run over U.S. Border Patrol agents assisting in the arrest of 2 illegal immigrants in Maine was arrested this week, authorities say. Olivia Wilkins was charged with aggravated reckless conduct, criminal threatening with a dangerous weapon, Jimmigration. Security said the Border Patrol agents were assisting the Maine State Police with a commercial vehicle rollover accident on Monday from 2 people. ICE targeted in 2 ambush attacks in recent days. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that's Gutfeld's show. The 5 is Gutfeld's show. Gutfeld owns the 5. Ortiz called her on the final removal order. She then used her vehicle to drive with a group of law enforcement. Sheriff deputies chased her and she crashed her vehicle. Okay. Man, this incident comes just 2 weeks after a threatening letter. We read all this stuff. We are just simple Jimmigrants. Yeah, Jimmigrants. You guys got to stop. Undocumented Jimmigrants. Yeah. That one I wanted to pull this story up. Where was it at? Ambush. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's their control group, like in a science experiment. Well, she identifies, it says, as they, him. We are Jimpervious. Yeah. Anti-government suspects allegedly shot a police officer in the neck while carrying. Oh, this is old. Yeah, this is old. Why did you say in recent days? This is old. Don't do that to me. Don't tell me recent days. Says the 2 illegal immigrants apprehended were not firefighters. The 2 contracted work crews questioned on the day of their arrest were not even assigned to actively fight fires. They were there in a support role, cutting logs into firewood. The firefighting response remained uninterrupted the entire time. No active firefighters were even questioned. U.S. Border Patrol's actions did not prevent or interfere with any personnel actively engaged in firefighting. You gotta have a lot, and it's been happening quite a bit. The mainstream media is once again spreading fake news about federal law enforcement efforts. Here, CNN. Border Patrol arrests 2 firefighters for being in the country illegally as they battled Washington's biggest wildfire, which is bullshit. They weren't battling. Well, I mean, there were support roles. Yeah, I don't know. You're not Jim Curious. I'm not Jim Curious either. That sounds a little weird. Enforcing immigration law isn't optional, even during wildfires. The contractors arrested were in the country illegally working support roles under federal contracts they had no right to hold. Media hysteria about firefighters' arrests is deliberate misinformation. ICE and Border Patrol acted lawfully to remove individuals with prior deportation orders, ensuring no disruption to active firefighting efforts. Senator Murray's outrage is performative. She'd rather defend illegal labor than uphold the rule of law. When DHS verifies identities per protocol, it's not racist, it's accountability. Man, you guys, the Jim Possibles, that's not bad either, actually. Jim Possible. The Bear Gulch fire response continued unimpeded because federal agents did their job without apology. Priorities matter, secure borders first, political theater last. Yeah, I agree. I concur. And this is a good one. I saw that one. Well-known Somali activist Omar Jamal was arrested this morning by ICE in Minneapolis. I'm told this arrest is connected to immigration fraud, war. Yeah. This isn't mission difficult. This is mission Jim Possible. Yeah, that's good. So this guy was arrested. He was illegally in the country. Illegally in the country. We got the story here from Alpha News. Yeah, that name, that's been, I've heard that before. Not in a good thing, being called Slatala. Yeah, it's not good. Well-known Somali activist arrested by ICE. Alpha News has been told the arrest is related to immigration fraud. He arrested for that hat matching that shirt. That's weird. Well-known Somali activist was arrested by ICE in Minneapolis. Alpha News has learned well-known Somali activist Omar Jamal was arrested this morning by ICE agents in Minneapolis. The arrest was captured on camera by Newsmax crews who were with ICE agents at the time. Join ice.gov. Oh, okay. Are we going to actually watch it?
Some video. We were just out in this ride along with you. This is something you do every day. Tell me about what happened this morning.
Right, this morning, and appreciate you guys coming out and help us kind of to show what we do and what we don't do. But we're out every day in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the states that I cover. This morning, we were out just like we are every other day. We did arrest 2 illegal aliens this morning, a Mexican national and a Somali national. The operations went as planned. We're going to continue operations throughout the day and also tomorrow and the next day.
I mean, this is something that you and your officers here do every single day. I mean, there's a lot that goes into, making sure you can be out there to find these targets. I mean, what goes on behind the scenes?
There's a lot that goes behind the scenes, right? We see the videos of the aliens getting arrested, but even before that, our officers are investigating, trying to figure out where these people are, trying to figure out, if there's any, major safety concerns. And then, it doesn't stop. Our job doesn't stop after the arrest. Now, these cases will be set up for removal from the United States, and that requires a whole another additional tranche of officers to do a lot of work to get them actually removed.
And we were talking in the car about, it would be a lot easier if you could just pick them up from jail, if that was something that happened more often here in Minneapolis, St. Paul area. Talk about that.
Yeah, cooperation is key. While ICE, while we're going to grow soon, we're not a large agency, but we have a very, very big mission. So cooperation with local and state law enforcement is paramount, I think. I think if we can get a lot of these aliens when they're booked in to county jails, that's going to help us.
I've talked to law enforcement in the past, and they say sometimes ICE doesn't have the staffing to come and pick up criminals that are being released. Tell me about that and how that could change here in the future with new funding.
Right. I think with the additional staff coming on, that's going to help. The area that I cover, it's Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska. And we don't have a lot of officers staffing those locations, and it's very vast in between time. But we do make it a priority. If there's an illegal alien that's booked into a county facility, and they're amenable to removal or an enforcement action, like we make that a priority to go and pick up that alien.
We got up very early to get out there with you, but you're not done today. You still got more potentially this afternoon.
That's exactly right. We start early, we end late. We've been doing it now for months, and we're going to continue to do it 7 days a week. You know, we have multiple teams out, in the metro every day.
Jamaican me crazy. The Jamaicans me crazy. The Jamaicans me crazy. Yeah. So Jamal appears to have been removed from a vehicle and arrested in the video. Well, that was not in the video we saw. Alpha News has been told the arrest is related to immigration fraud. Jim Rockford, yeah. According to court documents, charges were first leveled against Jamal in 2001 for making multiple false statements related to his immigration status. Well, then what the hell is he still, if he was doing this in 2001, then what the hell is he still doing in the country in 2025? In 2006, he was sentenced to 1 year probation and referred to U.S. Citizen Immigration Service for deportation for those false claims. Appears to have arrived in Canada in 89 from Somalia. That's crazy. Yeah. It's nuts. Currently employed by the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. How is this guy employed by a sheriff's office if he's in the country illegally? What the hell is going on? Amar Jamal joined the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office as a civilian community service officer. After living in America for over 20 years, he came to America as a refugee from famine-stricken, war-torn Somalia. No, he didn't. He went to Canada. Amar Jamal has played an integral role in helping us liaison with the Somali community, which is the largest population of Somalis in the country. He has done a great job in that role. Sam Olson is a field office director for ICE St. Paul. He referred to Jamal as a Somali national in an interview with Newsmax and said he would be set up for removal from the United States as per a protocol. Bombaclot. Wow. And we got this is a good one. 5,000 illegal aliens detained in Los Angeles. The worst of the worst taken out of our neighborhoods. Cartel members, rapists, pedophiles, murderers, drug dealers, and more. DHS and ICE deserves praise for arresting 5,000 illegal alien migrants. Wow. Mm-hmm. That is a crazy, 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 crazy story. DHS and ICE deserve praise for arresting 5,000 illegal aliens in Los Angeles. One would never know it by the despicable comments of Democrats, liberals, and others on the left regarding the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration Customs Enforcement officers, but the agencies are working diligently to make the country much safer. This includes removing illegal aliens, specifically those with violent criminal backgrounds. In return, Democrats have vilified, demonized, and scolded and compared them to some of the worst people in the history of human civilization, all for doing their job to protect the people in this country and to help prevent any more tragic murders such as Laken Riley and Rachel Marin. On Tuesday, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, the ballerinas. Oh. Well, what about the ballerinos? What bugs me is they claim asylum, but then we'll go back to the country they visit. Yeah, they do it all the time. They spend time back there all the time. Mm-hmm. Usually, if so you're gonna do this to me? Okay, let me fix this. Let me solve this problem real quick, like in a hurry. Mm-hmm. want to play these games. I should have did this earlier, but I didn't. I didn't think it was. It didn't look to me like it was. Didn't look to me like it was under a paywall, and that. But then they were going to pull this jerky maneuver on me. So I'll do this. I'll share this tab instead. I'll close. Take this over here. We'll do this. That way we could read the whole story. No. In return, they've been vilified. On Tuesday, Border Patrol and ICE faced riots and assaults against them as they risked their lives to arrest the worst of the worst in Los Angeles, read a statement from the DHS. As they have been for the duration of Noam's term as DHS Secretary, ICE officials have dealt with the worst of the worst when it comes to bringing sanity, normalcy, and safety in enforcing illegal immigration law. Whether they've been dealing with the rabid left-wing protesters throwing rocks and bricks at officers, arresting murderers, thieves, and drug and human traffickers polluting this country's population, DHS and ICE deserve praise for their work in Los Angeles. Well, asylum is supposed to be the first safe country they come to. So if that guy says if that guy actually went to Canada first, that's where he would get an asylum claim, not the U.S. Noam acknowledged their efforts in a statement today. DHS enforcement made a 5,000th arrest in Los Angeles. Statement said that's 5,000 criminal, illegal aliens, gang members, predators, murderers taken off our streets. Precious lives saved, families protected, American taxpayers spared the cost of their crimes, and a burden of their benefits. Thank you to our brave law enforcement officers. Make no mistake, if you're here illegally, we'll find you, arrest you, and send you back. This is just the beginning. Noam is correct. No one should listen to the character assassination attempts by left-wing agitprop and their radical extremists regarding DHS and ICE officials. The Trump administration has made significant progress in making our country safer, and in doing so was required to clean up the agenda-driven messes and the pro-immigration ideological efforts of Democratic elected officials, politicians, fundraisers, and ideologues. These people knowingly endangered innocent citizens in this country to adhere to a disturbing, dangerous, and misguided agenda. President Donald Trump, Noam, and DHS and ICE are heroes remedying the disastrous policies. The Imagineers, that's actually not bad either. Let's celebrate this arrest and look forward to the future efforts to remove those with criminal backgrounds looking to do evil and cause harm. Let's celebrate ICE and honor their courageous work. A task that many congresspeople, senators, and presidents vowed to do in the past, but never had the guts to go through with. Today was 5,000 illegal migrants in California. Hopefully there will be thousands more in other cities around the country in a few months. Well, here. And wait. Oh yeah. So here's another talking about this is Winsome Earl Sears. She's running for governor of Virginia because what's his face is term limited out. The guy that's in there. Can't think of his name, but the Republican that won. So Abigail Spanberger said she'd end the partnership between state police and ICE that gets gang members, sex predators off our streets. She also took money from it to fund the police PAC. She won't keep Virginia safe. I will. Yeah. She's this is the current lieutenant governor. I think she's a Army major or something, or retired lieutenant colonel or something, or she's lieutenant governor right now.
If our children can't walk the street, if we're not locking up people who commit crimes,
Okay.
and see, this is what my opponent is telling us, what she really believes. She is not going to keep Virginia safe, Dana, because of the results of what Governor Youngkin has put forward in Executive Order 47. We are now partnering with ICE. And see, this is what my opponent is telling us, what she really believes. She is not going to keep Virginia safe, Dana, because of the results of what Governor Youngkin has put forward in Executive Order 47. We are now partnering with ICE. And see, this is what my opponent is telling us, what she really believes. She is not going to keep Virginia safe, Dana, because of the results of what Governor Youngkin has put forward in Executive Order 47. We are now partnering with ICE, or we have our state police who are helping to get the criminals who are illegally here gone. How can my opponent be against getting criminals off the street? But of course, what we know is she has taken thousands of dollars for a PAC, wait for it, that is named Defund the Police PAC. So she's already signaling she doesn't care about us. And I guess she's going to be safe where she lives. But what about the rest of Virginians? So that's why I'm saying, elect me, Virginia, and I will continue to keep you safe. If our children can't walk the street,
1 second.
if we're not
1 second.
locking
I'm
up
opening
people who
up some
commit
new
crimes,
tabs.
and see, this is what my opponent is telling us, what she really believes. She is not going to keep Virginia safe, Dana, because of the results of what Governor Youngkin has put forward in Executive Order 47. We are now partnering with ICE.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I was opening some new tabs. I had run out of tabs again. So your Republican ticket in Virginia. There you go. Winsome Sears, John Reed, Jason Miyares, Attorney General. I think Miyares is the Attorney General in Virginia right now. So where are we at here? We got 21 minutes left on the goal to get the additional money, but we might go a little longer. Do this. So we got this. This is next story is election integrity. Governor Newsom admits that if illegals are prevented from voting in the midterms, Democrats will lose. How many illegals are voting now? Is this real? Says you like Youngkin, and Sears is pretty okay too. Frankly, Virginia needs it. Yeah. Governor, yeah. Oh, let's see. This video, you got to watch this. You got to pay attention to exactly what he says here. What he's saying here in this video is that if ICE is around when voting happens, that people will be afraid to go to the polls because they don't want to get deported. Illegals aren't supposed to be voting.
In LA, do you think ICE is not going to show up in LA? Do you think ICE is not going to show up around voting and polling booths to chill participation? You know that. The National Guard, you know that. Everybody knows what's at stake, so we have to put a stake in the ground and do things differently. In LA, do you think ICE is not going to?
So ICE is going to show up, and it's going to stop people from voting. Huh? You know, yeah. You know, ICE ought to talk to Gavin Newsom about his support of illegal voters in California. The U.S. Customs and Immigration spokesman told Fox News that illegal migrants who facilitate or perpetuate illegal voting face swift and severe consequences. Oh, Sears was E4 Mafia? Okay. For some reason, I thought she was an officer. She wasn't a warrant officer? Yeah. Right? Yeah, I thought illegals didn't vote. Weird, right? Crazy. E4 Mafia for life, regardless of service. Well, And Aaron Berg, who's a very funny comedian, says illegals aren't supposed to vote. Well, they're not supposed to, but they do. Then on to this next story. Got today, Secretary Noem announced the termination of 24 members of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, IT department after it was discovered they brazenly neglected basic security protocols. This vulnerability was only discovered because Noem ordered a review of all FEMA operations and its IT systems. A routine cybersecurity review uncovered several severe lapses in security that allowed the threat actor to breach FEMA's network and threaten the entire department and the nation as a whole. FEMA spent nearly $500 million on IT and cybersecurity measures in fiscal year 2025 alone and delivered virtually nothing to the American people. E4 Mafia is basically the people that actually get stuff done in the military. It's the people who are responsible, like that really make things happen. You're talking about your corporals, your basically corporals. People that are not. They're not. I don't know how to explain it better than that. Yeah, it's what makes the Army run. If you rise through the ranks of employment primarily based on human resources policies of diversity, equity, inclusion rather than merit, genuine subject knowledge, job performance, and experience, it's not surprising when incompetence rules the department. Why? You read the book below. Slow society against itself, political correctness, and the organization of self-destruction. Secretary Noem terminates inept FEMA employees. Yeah, it's junior enlisted guys that make it all do the work. But they're the people that are specialists and stuff. Yeah, it's not like the privates and like the low, like E1s, E2s, E3s. It's when you get to E4s, you're actually You're the first level basically of supervision over the lower people. And so it's you that are responsible for getting them to do everything. So it's what makes everything happen. Yeah. Massive cyber failures demand accountability. FEMA's information technology team failed to implement proper security procedures and put American people at risk. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem announced that she is firing 24 members of the Federal Emergency Agency IT department after discovered they brazenly neglected security protocols. Fortunately, this problem was caught before any American citizens were directly impacted. Despite this failure and neglect, no sensitive data was extracted from DHS network. FEMA Chief Information Officer, Chief Information Security Officer, and 22 other FEMA IT employees directly responsible were immediately terminated. Wow. FEMA career IT specialists failed at every level. Their incompetence put the American people at risk. When DHS stepped in to fix the problem, entrenched bureaucrats worked to prevent us from solving the problem and downplayed just how bad the breach was. These deep state individuals were more interested in covering up their failures and protecting the homeland and American citizens' personal data. Yeah. The vulnerability was only discovered because Noem ordered a full review of their operations IT system. When conducting a routine cybersecurity review, DHS Office of Chief Information Officer discovered significant security vulnerabilities that gave a threat actor access to FEMA's network. The investigation uncovered several severe lapses in security that allowed the threat actor to breach their network and threaten the entire department as a nation and the nation as a whole. The entrenched bureaucrats who led FEMA's IT team for decades resisted any efforts to fix the problem. Instead, they avoided scheduled inspections and lied to officers and officials about the scope and scale of cyber vulnerabilities. Failures included an agency-wide lack of multi-factor authentication, use of prohibited legacy protocols, failing to fix known and critical vulnerabilities, and inadequate operational visibility. FEMA spent nearly $500 million on IT and cybersecurity measures in fiscal year 2025. Wow. And delivered virtually nothing to American taxpayers. Despite burning hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, FEMA's IT leadership still neglected its basic duties and exposed the entire department to cyber attacks. This unacceptable behavior will not be tolerated under the Trump administration. Preach the word of the DD-214. Hey, there's 100 people here now. Wow, we crossed over to 100. That's awesome. So please remember to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and leave a comment in the chat. Yep. And here's the story from the New York Post. So I always like to do this. I don't know if you notice, I like to get what the government says, and I go to like the Post or someone to hear their story and go from there. Homeland Security Secretary Noem fired 24 federal FEMA IT employees Friday following massive cybersecurity failures. The ousted employees included a FEMA chief, officer, and 22 other people. Incompetence put the American people at risk. When DHS stepped in to fix a problem, entrenched bureaucrats worked to prevent us from solving it. The agency's network was accessed by a threat actor. Okay. Are we lucky? No, actually, American citizens were yes, but a huge flaw. DHS was able to identify and finally get the bad actor, but they turned off credentials, and then somehow the FEMA IT team turned their credentials back on. What? It's crazy. It's unclear where the threat came from. A foreign actor, though Homeland Security was one of several agencies using Microsoft software to be targeted by Chinese state actors last month. As of writing this, Microsoft observed 2 named Chinese nation-state actors, Linen Typhoon and Violet Typhoon, exploiting these vulnerabilities targeting internet-facing SharePoint servers. Beijing-sponsored hackers also breached SharePoint software using the National Nuclear Security Administration, which is responsible for maintaining and modernizing the nation's nuclear stockpile of weapons. What? 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 Huh. Whoa. That seems like a problem. FEMA spent nearly $500 million on our IT. The thing about the nuclear stuff seems worse than FEMA. DHS spokespeople said the IT team lied to officials about the scope and scale of the cyber vulnerabilities. FEMA also was not using multi-factor authentication. These deep state individuals were more interested in covering up their failures than protecting the homeland and American citizens. So I terminated them immediately. American people deserve results from their government. That's right. They do. And here's Newsmax, which says Homeland Security Chief reports breach at FEMA, fires 23 employees. I don't know. I can't tell. I think that is a lot of. Where did all that money go? Oh, for the. I thought this was like a Howard Stern joke. Like you're going to say, I can say what money, and you're going to say the money for the speaking lessons or something. No. Yeah, where did they spend all the money? They probably spent it all on their salaries and taking lunches and trips to talk about it. They had a breach at Los Alamos. No shit, man. Oh, man. That you'd think that would be a lot bigger news. Homeland Security was breached, IT breach at FEMA. Statement gave a few specifics about the nature of the breach. The hack threatened the entire department and the nation as a whole. They did not immediately respond to a message seeking further clarity. And she devoted 9 paragraphs to her statement about the breach to attacks on FEMA's IT staffers, accusing them of failure, neglect, and incompetence. Reuters could not immediately verify her claims. Mass firing purported connected to a following open letter to Senate against the agency's leadership, top signed by scores of current and former FEMA employees. The letter warned Congress that the inexperience of top appointees of President Trump could lead to catastrophe on the level of Hurricane Katrina, which ravaged the Gulf Coast 20 years ago. But the problem with Katrina wasn't the federal, from what I understand. Remember, it was the local government that fucked it all up. Trump has said he wants to eliminate FEMA, a linchpin. No, he said he wants to have it go to the states, just block grants, money to the states. Why have federal government when you could have local people in the states taking care of it because they know what those states need? That's what he said. As with hurricane season approaches. Ron DeSantis did great when the hurricanes came through Florida handling it. So give the money to the states, let the states handle it. And if the people in the states screw up, you get rid of the people in the states. Yeah, the mayor and the governor both told Bush to pound sand. They both screwed with him and wouldn't let him. Because as a Fed, I have to admit, with all the safeguards in the system, I don't know how these people steal all that money. I don't want to know how. I just know that people have to be connected somehow. They were just sending the money out to a lot of places without even checking a lot of it. So, all right, these are some updates. We have updates on the trans shooter case, so we're gonna talk about that. The shooter was a transgender regret case. The day before his shooting, we exposed the American Medical Association's neglect on regret data. This morning, as we exposed the AMA's trans expert admitting there's no true psychiatric assessment before transing a kid. What? Wish I was never brainwashed myself. Minnesota school shooter said he was tired of being trans. What? That's crazy. Crazy. Here is Dr. Bobby Makalakalamala, president of the American Medical Association, in a secret recorded call where he lied or displayed gross incompetence to a Michigan lawmaker and AMA member surgeon about trans regrets rates. Dr. Bobby insists there's only a 2% regret rate among those who medically transition and cites the source as the doctors who performed the transing of the kids, an unbiased group if ever there was one.
You have procedures that are the most radical permanent interventions that are done to people who have a significant number of psychiatric comorbidities. You don't have to be a doctor to know that this is a very questionable thing.
Right. So what I would say is, you know what the percentage of people are that actually change their gender identity after identifying with a particular gender?
Yeah, it's very high.
No, it's not.
Yeah. According to what?
According to the people that see these patients, the people that regret pursuing a change in their gender, where they say, you know what, I shouldn't have done that, is 2% at the highest.
You know, this
is from the people that see 40 patients a day, which neither you or I do.
You have procedures that are the most radical permanent interventions.
Yeah, so the doctors that see the patient, so after the patient regrets it, do you think they go back to that same doctor, or do they go to a different doctor? They probably go to a different doctor. This falsehood was repeated by the trans expert sent by the AMA I kind of like the Jim. You guys are the Jim. We'll just call you to chat Jim, Joint Intelligence Media. Or how about Joint Intelligence Mafia? Mm, mm. Yep, definitely. Always follow the money. And the trans expert sent by AMA's Dr. Mukamala, Dr. Jesse Krikorian, a trans identifying woman who thinks she's a man. Krikorian went further, saying it was 0.5 to 1% as compared to Mukala's claim of 2%. Both are wrong. Dr. Krikorian doesn't even appear to have second guessed this because she claims her regret rate is 0.5 to 0.1. Huh. Even though she admitted earlier that the studies don't follow patients long enough to measure regret, nor has she treated any enough to follow them into later life.
There are a few reasons that I don't worry too much about these patients. One of them is that, honestly, being transgender is really hard. I don't think there are very many people out there who are like, oh, this is going to be fun. I'm going to be transgender. I just haven't seen it happen. I have not seen regret. I have had one patient who somewhat regretted starting hormones, and they still identified as transgender. They just felt like maybe the hormones weren't the right choice for them. And that was an adult patient who had those regrets. We know that the regret rate for hormones, for gender affirming care, is very low. It's probably around 0.5% to 1%. At the high end, it would be a 2% regret rate, whereas a total knee replacement is around a 20% regret rate. Bariatric surgery is 49 point something % regret rate. We do not see a lot of people starting these treatments and then regretting it and wishing they hadn't started. So that to me confirms
Well, that's because
that,
it's
these
not a
kids
man, it's
do
somebody
have
taking
insight into who
testosterone,
they are,
pretending to be a
especially
man
once
when
they're
it's a
hitting
woman.
those early teenage years and they're caring so much more about their body and their social interactions. If we were taking this too lightly, then we would see a much higher regret rate.
Oh, a much higher regret rate, she says. He says, whatever.
There are a few reasons that I don't.
If the AMA, Dr. Mukamala, or Dr. Krikorian did the most basic level of due diligence, they'd recognize the data behind their belief is utterly useless. Further, there has been an onslaught of young adult regret from the mass increase in trans kids. Oh, let's see. Why he does this, why I got to keep doing this. The 2% figure often cited is from a systematic review called Bustos et al. It has too many problems to list in full, but here are 3. Largest contributing study to Bustos only included genital surgery, meaning patients like Chloe Clow, who was given a mastectomy at 15 and now dedicates her life to preventing the same thing from happening to others, would not count as a regret case. Bustos studies largely counted follow-up as 1 to 2 years, when regret can take an average of 8 years to develop. The dropout rate was extremely high in most studies, nearly 40%, making conclusions absolutely meaningless. If you killed yourself post-surgery, you may have been counted as lost data, not regret case. The Jimsomniacs, the Joint Intelligence Mafia Insomniacs. Yeah, that works. That works, definitely. Oh. Call us the Tellies. Oh, maybe. A serious medical organization wouldn't engage in sophistry like this, but for the head of the AMA, it apparently comes naturally. That's ridiculous. Particularly ridiculous. The data that supports the AMA's claim of less than 2% regret rate is so bad, the data that the trans shooter would likely be slotted into the huge category of lost to follow up or lost data and not counted as a regret case. Killing yourself, and in this case, murdering people in the process, is not apparently evaluated for potential regret. This translation of the shooter's journal should be shown to every member of the AMA's leadership team. This shooter figured out his gender identity was a charade. All of transgenderism is. He was tired of it and wished he hadn't brainwashed himself. The very same brainwashing AMA members are told to affirm in every dysphoric child. Sick of my hair, I want to chop it off. I keep it because it's pretty. My one last charade of being trans. I am tired of being trans. I wish I never brainwashed myself. I can't cut my hair off now. It would be an embarrassing defeat. It might be a concerning change of character to get me reported. Cutting his hair would be an embarrassing defeat, and one of his community may find a concerning change of character. This was someone who, when taken through the affirmation process of gender affirming care, discovered it was a farce, could not identify an off ramp. Wow. Cutting off my hair would be an embarrassing feat. Get him reported to who? I regret being trans, he writes. I am tired of transitioning, tired of all the effort. Medical establishment insists trans minors get rigorous mental health screening. Dr. Krikorian admits this isn't true. No years with a psychiatrist required. It's a few hours with a social worker, then on to a doctor taught the affirmation model. Krikorian attempts to reassure Paquette by telling him that kids all get extra mental health screening. What does that mean? AMA can get away with this because in 2013, the American Psychiatric Association removed gender identity disorder from the DSM, replacing it with gender dysphoria. This wasn't a minor language change. It was meant believing that you're the opposite sex was no longer a disorder. Rather, it was only disordered if you were dysphoric about it. AMA and the APA must reverse this absurd position immediately. Further, the American Medical Association must retract its outrageous support of gender affirmation model and be held accountable for its lies about the higher mental health issues in trans-identifying people. Minority stress is not what people who think they are opposite sex are at a higher risk of major depressive episodes and bipolar disorder. AMA must stop endorsing the process of having mentally ill young people meet with woke, affirmation-driven social workers and put on a medical transition path that can never actually change their sex. And if they won't, their CPT monopoly has to go. Sorry about that. On the show today, new details emerged in a horrifying Minnesota shooting by a trans murderer at the Catholic school. Democrats blame guns, religion, and Trump. And Vladimir Putin makes absolutely clear he has no desire for peace. Watch here. Yeah, whatever. Why is it always got to be about that? This guy says, what drives transgender violence at Christians, against Christians? Bipolar bears are really scary. I can imagine so. Zero trans became trans by themselves. Adults brainwashed them trans because they don't know how to deal with the emotions of trans people are going through. Dumb as adults are at fault. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. The media will bury this after Minneapolis, but the Annunciation Catholic school shooter joins a list of trans perpetrators who targeted or hated Christians. First, my list, then what I think drives this. 1 of 15. Authorities confirm Robin Westman, the man who killed 2 and injured 18 Wednesday before taking his own life, was born Robert Westman. Here's the name change from the state. Identifies as female. FBI investigating this as an anti-Catholic hate crime. Okay. Next, of course, is 28-year-old Audrey Elizabeth Hale, shot and killed 3 kids and 3 adults on March 27, 2023, at the Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee. The ADL refused to call this an act of left-wing terrorism. On September 20th, 2018, 26-year-old Snatchia Mosley shot and killed 4 people at Rite Aid Distribution Center in Aberdeen, Maryland. Before killing herself, a close friend of hers told the Washington Post the perpetrator identified as transgender. On May 7, 2019, 16-year-old Maya Alec McKinney and 19-year-old Devin Erickson opened fire at STEM School Highlands Ranch in Highlands Ranch, Colorado, killing 1 and injuring 8. McKinney, a female, identifies as male. Wester tells us he's a Catholic, and he can confirm that if not for his rhetoric, people would find trans people super attractive and great to be around. Your sarcasm is so thick, I could cut it with a knife. On January 4th, 2024, 17-year-old Dylan Butler killed 2 and injured 6 at Perry High School in Perry, Iowa. Butler adopted gender ideology using he, they pronouns in his TikTok profile and identifying himself as gender fluid in one post. November 2023, a grand jury indicted 47-year-old Jason Lee Willie, a man who identifies as a woman and goes by Alexia, for threatening to injure people across state lines. He allegedly threatened to grape girls in girls' restrooms and shoot up schools and churches, throw bombs at them. Los Angeles class or Iowa class, John Carter? It's ma'am. 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldridge killed 5 and injured 25 at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs, November 2022. While he may have falsely claimed a non-binary identity, by the trans movement rules, he counts as non-binary. You know, that they say that the Ohio class is so quiet that it actually, the only way to track it is look for the hole in the ocean that doesn't make any noise. Some of these people specifically threatened Nuclear Machinist Mate 1. That's cool. Did you go to nuke school in Orlando while it was still open, or did you go somewhere else? Yeah. Alexa Willie condemned black Christians as Christian trash, saying there's no different than effing white supremacy, called the church, threatening to rape members of the daughters, whatever. This is crazy. Hales Notes condemned her parents for forcing Christian friends in her life. She wrote that having parents like them who think of themselves first and their preference of conservative religion, gays make them believe their child only should suffer. Erickson, the STEM school Highlands branch shooter who teamed up with a transgender McKinney, had previously posted on Facebook, "You know what? I hate all these Christians who hate gays." Where does this come from? The Human Rights Campaign calls transgender deaths an epidemic. However, homicides are actually more common among people who don't identify as transgender, according to the Human Rights Campaign's own data. Extreme rhetoric pervades the transgender movement. Preventing people from going on their experimental drugs to alter their bodies is denounced as a form of genocide. Yeah, NTC Orlando was a really nice place, man. They had I'm trying to remember the name of it. They had a nice NCO club place to get food and stuff that was really good, and also there was a pizza place that you could get pizzas there, 5 for $25. I think it was called Louise's Pizzas. You could always order those. Good times. Good times. Preventing people from going on experimental drugs is denounced as genocide. Kids are told if they don't mutilate their bodies, they will commit suicide. The Helm Club, yeah, it was awesome, right? A lot of fun. Your mom ran at USO? Oh, awesome. Meanwhile, the Southern Poverty Law Center put conservative Christian groups on a hate map with the KKK chapters, suggesting dissent from gender ideology as a form of hatred. Yeah. They don't identify the trans as killers, even when they are. And they put all these, they hate, I don't know, SPLC needs to get sued into oblivion. Brave journalist Mr. Andy No has documented the trend of Trantifa, the growing movement of transgender activists who arm themselves to fight what they claim is a movement to erase them. This echoes the rhetoric of many Democrats. Yeah, see all this stuff. You know, this protect trans kids. This is what the lieutenant governor of Minneapolis, Minnesota was wearing. in this crazy book. And as the Trump administration attacks trans people, some queer folk are armed and ready to bash back. Well, what does that mean exactly? What happened, right? Trans rights or else. Look at these people. Oh yeah, we got, and we got each other. Death before detransition. Oh, yeah. If you believe there is an epidemic of murder against people like you, opposition to your agenda is a form of genocide, and Christian disagreement with gender ideology is fueling this, you might be tempted to lash out. Read more below. And then Andrew McCabe, that idiot from that used to be in the FBI, was on CNN, and he says the transgender Minneapolis shooter was a daughter, not a son. I'm sure the mother is grieving for her daughter. Dude was a dude, and CNN is unreal.
For the mother to not even return to the state to answer law enforcement questions, to try to provide some assistance. I'm sure she's grieving for her daughter, but this is, it's a really perverse and strange element of this story. It's inexplicable to me at this point.
Yeah, Andrew McCabe, we'll see if that changes. I think
for the mother to.
That's crazy. The dude even said he was tired of being transgender, wanted to go back to being a guy. I'm tired of being trans. I wish I never brainwashed myself. Crazy. And Joey Jones destroys the left's gun-grabbing narrative with the most epic 4 minutes of television. Yeah, because that's immediately, it's about the guns. It's about the guns. Yeah, we have to stop thinking we can save lives without anxiety and depression. Yeah, well, it's not going to happen. But they are being brainwashed, definitely. But the last few seconds is why I share this. Jessica Tarlow takes the cheapest of shots at Joey. Says he's playing the leg card. He lost both his legs in Afghanistan. Yeah, this is brutal. And you guys are saying it. Why is she even on TV? This might be what gets her booted off of the five.
Make sure they didn't have those guns if you treated transgender identity problems as mental health problems, which is exactly what it is. I'm sorry. You want me to prove I'm not evil to own a gun, but I'm a bigot because I want you to prove you're not crazy because you want to change your identity. Those two things don't line up for you. I don't get that. 5%, 20 million AR style guns in this country. 20 million of 400 million guns in this country. Only 4% of guns used in homicide are rifles, and that's a much bigger category than AR. So what you're saying is you want me to ban 5% of the guns in this country that are used in 4% of the homicides, and that's going to save our kids? No. Is it going to stop incidents like this? Probably not, because they're already out there. Is it going to stop Democrats from using incidents like this to find some linchpin to raise money and create fear and maybe win an election? No, they're not going to stop either, because they still say that we want to prevent gay people from getting married, and that's been buried for a long time. What it's going to do is it's going to stop people from, like me, from going and buying a gun from someone I know to be law-abiding to use to hunt with or protect my house, or, you know what, to relieve stress with, because it's been a long day and I want to go shoot a target. That's my right. That's the right of 350 million Americans. It's protected in the Constitution. If you want to take a flip side of this, you said that the National Guard for these incidents is gun control. How about I tell you this? 183 kids died in Illinois last year on average, so could have been more last year, from gun violence. More than half of those were handguns. Let's see, 20 a year die in D.C. Most of those handguns. Since 1999, let's go back to 1999 because that's Columbine. So just over the last 25 years, that means 250 children died in D.C. from gun violence, mostly handguns. In that same period of time, less than 210 children died in what we would call a mass shooting, and not.
I want to bring something up in the chat real quick here. How do these people get the money to afford the high-end firearms and ammunition? a lot of these cases don't have high-end firearms and stuff, and ammunition is really not that expensive. The one shooting that was very surprising to me because the guns were a very expensive gun was the Uvalde shooting. That was a Daniel Defense rifle, which is like over $2,000. I mean, you can get an AR like that people are using, like Palmetto State Arms or any like regular off-the-shelf Smith and Wesson. You can get those for $500-600. So I mean, they're not that expensive. But like that Uvalde one, and then the guns that were used in the Las Vegas shooting, there were a lot of expensive guns. Yeah. And then Charles says, don't they have to submit their talking points? The Fox producer had to know she was planning to say. No, I mean they know what they're not so much talking points, but they'll tell them like this is what this is what they're going to talk about, the subject, and then and like that's about it. It's like the stories are brought up, but I don't think everything has to go through. Yeah.
All of those were from an AR. Why do I bring this up? It's not in some major defense of AR. It's to say that Democrats are absolutely 100% not at all concerned with saving the lives of children. Because if you are, you're going to President Trump right now and saying, God, please bring the National Guard to Chicago. 183 kids a year die from gun violence, most of them handguns. And just because of DC versus Heller and the Brune rule, handguns are the most constitutionally protected gun out there. What's that mean? It means Democrats can't go after them. They've tried to. It failed. The Supreme Court said, nope, you have the right to carry them. So now they're going to go after 5% of guns used in 4% of homicides at best because that's the political win. But the actual win, the saving children's lives, is what Trump's doing in D.C. right now. The actual win, the saving children's lives, is mandating fortification of our most precious individuals in this country. What's the average salary of a police officer? What, $50,000? Not even that in most rural places. We can't pony up to put an RSO at every school to make sure.
Mother says this dude had a lot of guns and ammo, likely mommy funded, hence why she up. Maybe, I mean, he might have got them as gifts. I mean, I think it was in his 20s or something, if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, he could have been working and paying for stuff and credit cards and stuff like that. But I mean, if you're spending money on, I don't know. I mean, there's people that buy a lot of guns and ammos. You're saying he had $50K worth of guns? I didn't see that reported anywhere. How many guns did he have? Yeah, I don't know. The mother lawyered up for some reason, the mother's refusing to come in and talk to the police. That's strange. Won't come back to the States, out of state, and refusing to come back. So, yeah, mother's unable to host state is broke. He said he was tired of working and paying bills. Who knows? I mean, trying to get into the mind of a crazy person is not. You're saying it looks like about 10K at best. I didn't even think wasn't it just a shotgun? No. The police pay the dude was talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no. Yeah, starting police pay 50K. Depends. Like not that I know. I think most of them is a lot more than that. Yeah. You think she's in Florida? I hope she's not around me. Yeah. Your liberal son, who's a firearms owner, said to put armed vets in every school. That would be the easiest way to do it. Is just to get really you get people, just have them sitting on he had a lot of magazines. Well, there's the thing. You can get magazines super cheap now. Like most, like all the P mags and stuff. Like they've gone up a little bit in prices, but they were running specials on them where they were like less than $10 a piece. They were like $8-9 a piece on the P mags when they upgraded their like whatever it was, a P mag 2, I think, or P mag 3. I don't know exactly. Hey, what's up, Anthony? How you doing? she's probably more protected in Tim Walz than anywhere, probably.
Every school has an armed guard out front of it. No, that makes our gun feel like prisons. Okay, well, you know what? You don't like the National Guard picking up trash in D.C. You'd rather it look like a wasteland with people crapping their pants right in front of the Capitol. If we're looking at optics here, you know, I would like to not walk past the drug-using trash I walk past to get to my hotel. I wouldn't mind an armed guard. I've got respect for that person. If you want to save children's lives, pay attention to what President Trump's doing. Pay attention to this narrative about closing the border. Pay attention to this narrative about fortifying the places like schools that matter, because 5% of guns used in 4% of homicides, banning those, no, that's bullcrap. That's partisan, political. That is not saving children's
one of
lives.
that 4%, I think you'd be singing a different tune.
Yeah, but my kid isn't, so I'm not.
Lucky you.
Yeah,
but there are
absolutely
families
lucky
right
me.
now that are grieving because their kids
lucky
were
me.
part of that.
I'll go to bed tonight and thank God on my knees that don't exist anymore, that my child is still alive. And any Democrat politician that says I'm wrong for that, that anyone's wrong for praying, God help you.
Well, now you play the leg card, and I can say no more.
Wow, she said you played the leg card. Wow, that is horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Hey, Phil, did we hear the Dems screaming, banning our star routes after 2 assassination attempts on President Trump? No, we didn't. No, we did not. Sadly for her, impulsive, microaggressive will live forever online. Yep. Mm-hmm. There's Jake. Dear Jake Tapper, this dude hunted and killed kids in cold blood. F him and his preferred pronouns. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Another piece of the puzzle as to who the shooter was. The Minneapolis Star Tribune says, according to court records, because there's been some confusion about what the shooter's name was.
Yes.
Robin Westman's mother applied to change her child's name in 2019. It was at one point Robert Paul Westman.
Correct.
But since she identifies as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification, was underage, it's now Robin West. Another piece of
oh, so we got to make sure, because it's
a Star Tribune. So,
oh, we have to make sure we get that right. Daily Mail says Minneapolis shooter said she was tired of being trans and moaned she was brainwashed herself into thinking she was female. Whoever wrote this headline is pushing the same ideology that led those innocent children being killed yesterday. This was a mentally ill man. You've called him she, quite frankly, disturbing to read. Mm-hmm. It's a he. Mm-hmm. Minneapolis school shooter Robert Westman confessed he was tired of being trans. I guess Robin, he did change his name, Robin, so I guess we could say that. Yeah. Jessica Tarlov is supposed to be Fox's Scott Jennings. She isn't glib, intellectual, or a fast quipper. She's a retard. Harold is much better. Still would. Well, yeah, I mean, she used to be... I don't know. I mean, you know who's actually good to Harold. Harold is very good, and he's somebody I could, you could deal with and have a conversation with, and not like there used to be a guy there called big fat guy that was on the 5 when it originally started, but no, you're not. She's fine. I mean. Yeah, she just needs a firm hand on the tiller. I know she was all upset because something happened before, because she got something happened. She got attacked or something in New York, if I'm not mistaken. Is this going to be about this, or is it going to be about something else?
The attack of a deranged gunman rocked the nation after they opened fire on a Catholic school in Minneapolis.
Okay. Transgender mass shooter Robin Westman confessed that he was tired of being trans and wished that he never brainwashed himself. In a manifesto posted online before he slaughtered 2 children and 18 more at Minneapolis. Yeah. Bob Beckel. Yeah, Bob Beckel. Bob Beckel was a wackadoo. Way leftist, and he was funny thing is he was drunk and a coke head and everything. You could tell, like, there would be times he'd be on there and you'd be like, he's coked out of his gourd. Bob Beckel, he was, you know, and Geraldo Rivera is a Democrat leftist that was trying to pretend he was Republican. And I'm confusing the Young Turks with Anna Kasparian. No, I know the difference between Anna Kasparian and Jessica Tarlov. Jessica Tarlov, she didn't used to be this bad. Like when she wasn't this bad. Bob got in trouble for dropping F-bombs. Yeah. Bob's claim to fame was he worked on what's that guy's name that lost the guy that lost all those races. Oh, Kasparian got assaulted in California. No, I know she did, but I think I could swear that she got that Jessica Tarlov said that she got accosted with her child. Like something happened when she was walking her child in New York. Something happened. I could swear this was a couple of years ago. She said something happened, and she kind of like she was getting normal, and then now she just went off to the left again. Alan Combs was good on Henny and Combs. He was funny. Dukakis, yeah, he was Bob Beckel was Dukakis' campaign manager. I only keep the long hair because I was pretty and stuff, and I can't cut my hair now. It's being embarrassing defeat and get me reported. What does he mean by get him reported? Reported to who? Reported for what? I don't understand what this means. Glassman later wrote that he regretted being trans and just wished he were a girl. I regret being trans. I wish I was a girl. I just know I cannot achieve that body with the technology we have. I also can't afford that. Yeah, Jessica has at least one child. I feel sexy and cute. I like feeling sexy and cute, but my face never matches how I feel. I hate my face. Maybe that's why I like furries so much. Oh my God, this guy, the trans was a furry too? Maybe that's, you can give yourself a new body and face. I want to be that black face mask on Beyonce's body. What? Glassman opened fire on Annunciation Church, killing 2 kids and wounding 18 others. Yeah, see, that's one of those like weird mags that go from 4 into 2. Not Mondale. Was it Mondale? Was it Mondale? Okay, it was Mondale then. Is Mondale the one that lost 49 states? I think it was the one that lost 49 states. Was it Mondale that lost 49 states? Yeah, Mondale ran against Reagan, right? In 84. And he lost 49 states, right? Kasparian is the left hottie that is moving far left and not so far left. At times she's worded base and Tarlov. Yeah, Mondale only won Minnesota. Okay, so it was Mondale. I knew it was 49 state guy that he represented. That's why I thought it was funny. Mondale was the one who couldn't spell. And Dukakis was the guy who ran against George H.W. Bush, right? In 88 and put the helmet on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it was Mondale. I'm sorry. I knew it was the one that lost 49 states. I just wasn't sure if that was Mondale or I thought that was Dukakis for some reason, but it wasn't. Dukakis didn't do that bad. I'm the woker baby. Why so queerness? What? Well, he's the woker, not the joker. What? Dukakis was Bush daddy. Okay. No, it wasn't Bush Senior. That was his running mate, Dan Quayle. Couldn't spell potato. I think he put an E at the end or something. Westman applied to change his birth name from Robert to Robin in Minnesota when he was 17, according to court documents. The main change was granted in 2020. Identified as female, wants a name to reflect the identification. 5 years later, he seemed to have shrunk away from his new identity, scribbling on another page. A notebook. I don't want to dress girly all the time, but I guess sometimes I really like it. I know I'm not a woman, but I definitely don't feel like a man. The cowardly killings coupled with a revelation that Westman identified transgender reignited a hot button debate as Minneapolis' lefty mayor, Jacob Frey, wagged his fingers at outside news outlets for even reporting it. I have heard about the whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community, Frey told reporters on Wednesday. Hey, Neuro, probably like 10, 15 minutes if you want to rate it out, all right? Anybody who's using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of humanity. The United States attack was the second elementary school shooting perpetrated by a trans person in the last 2 years. Audrey Hale, yes, we know about that. Did all that. But in the wake of Wednesday's shooting, Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy announced a probe into the National Institutes of Health to determine whether drugs Westwood was taking could have played a role in depraved violence. Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer revealed that he was calling for the state to repeal its trans refuge law. That's cool. All right. There's that. Yeah. I'm not going to read all these stories. I'm just going to put them up so everyone can see this. It wasn't just one thing. So, Minneapolis shooter was tired of being trans and was brainwashed of being a female. It's in the Daily Mail. And you got the Daily Signal saying the same thing. Or this is what drives trans violence against Christians. He joins a long list of violent offenders who identify or identified as trans or non-binary. None of this means that people who identify as trans pose a violent threat, but they are intentionally inspiring people to commit violence. Yep. Yeah, the guy was right about one thing. He definitely wasn't a man. No, he wasn't a man. Anyway, so yeah. And this was interesting, which breaking Alex Jones is the trans cult killer of children's father, has worked for 29 years as a top-level CIA DoD contractor. This repeats the same pattern with other school shooters we've seen over and over. The globalists don't want to ask questions and investigate, so they do the opposite. So I don't know. I'm going to play a little bit of this. I'm not going to play a lot of it because it's a very long video.
James Westman, let's read about him. Very interesting. Senior application developer at ESRI. What is ESRI? Well, ESRI is the leading original geospatial satellite ground mapping GPS coordinate system for the Pentagon, Google, and everything else. He's been working there since 96, 29 years, 7 months, and at a whole bunch of other very interesting places. The GIS for Defense and Intelligence. Here's the company, the hands-down leader in all of it. ESRI is a global leader in geographic information systems, GIS software, and has various contracts with the U.S. government agencies, including the Central Intelligence Agency and the Department of Defense through GSA, schedules, enterprises, license agreements, ELAs, and direct task orders for software services and training. These contracts provide access to ESRI's mapping and analytics technology to support missions related to defense, intelligence, disaster response, and data sharing. ESRI on Wikipedia, read all about it. Geo database, ESRI. And you can read all about mommy being so proud of her new daughter. Here she is signing documents 5 years ago so that her little boy could start to take all the chemicals and become this new beautiful butterfly, this chalice for demonic forces. Now we're going to get into what the CIA and MI6 and the Pritzkers running a lot of this.
Yeah, so that's basically Alex Jones, but I don't know. So when we got this, it says First, Minneapolis, now Massachusetts. Chanel Sasha Sevastosafan, a radical trans activist, was arrested for murder the day after the trans church mass shooting. Shrewsbury police are refusing to release the name of the suspect, NGO comment. Another trans person arrested for killing. He worked in IT that contracted with the CIA. Yeah, he kind of, I mean, Alex Jones, I like him and all, but you got to kind of just go, okay, is it really that? And Massachusetts man who identified as I had to close some tabs. Got way too many open. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Why does it keep doing that? Mm-hmm. Robert Westman murdered innocent kids for no reason. 100% trans community's fault. Trans community will be identified as terrorist group. Just wait. If they keep posting all this stuff saying they're going to bash back and all this, they do all this stuff, then, you know, it's probable that someone's going to decide that something should be done. You know, Massachusetts man who identified as a woman named Sasha allegedly shot a father dead after he brought his 6-year-old child to school. The police in county refused to release the suspect's identity, but I found it. Huh. What do you know? The leftist trans activist in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, now finally formally named, charged, not being identified by the press. Indian National, Shasha has written a lot about his bizarre leftist religion and political beliefs. Nation of Ayadoya, protection of Palestine requires. Oh, so this was a wackadoo trans Palestinian Indian radical left is accused of shooting dead a father in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, after he took his child to school as transgender. Killing occurred one day after a Minnesota trans shooting. Oh.
So right now I want to talk about my experience as a trans woman going to the spa. I'm not going to mention the specific.
Oh, okay. More trans violence. Sasha Shakur, a man pretending to be a woman, was just arrested in Massachusetts after allegedly shooting and killing a 57-year-old man. Shakur was reportedly spray painting on a local bridge. The victim took a picture, which started the altercation. Shakur then allegedly shot the man during the incident. Shakur was arrested at his home, which was covered in graffiti such as BLM, Free Palestine, and defund the police. Why does this keep happening? I don't know. I don't know if it's all the same thing, if you all get invited or what the deal is. I don't know. All right, Joe, take care. Thanks for being here. So yeah, so that's that person. And then it says Sasha Shakur was just arrested for allegedly shooting and killing a man in Massachusetts. Posted a video admitting that he used his woman's locker room at local spot because he identifies as a woman. Alleged killer was invading female spaces. And then What the media won't tell you about who killed the children. A gunman killed the children. The shooter was trans. Media is already covering up, just like Nashville. The Socialist Rifle Association is one of the far-left military groups that trains transgender and Antifa radicals to kill. Minnesota chapter uses the same symbols that the Minnesota trans mass shooter put in his manifesto and journal. It's them, see them? Yep. See? Defend equality. Minnesota, you got to train if you want to bash back. Oh, they're going to bash back with their weapons, are they? Defend equality. Okay. Defend equality, his manifesto. I don't know. Maybe this group should be investigated. It kind of makes sense. Then got this is what did Democrat Rep Casey Weinstein mean by this post? Problem solved. Huh. Audrey loves Paris. Is that Audrey Hale? Talking about Audrey Hale, the one that killed the people in Audrey Loves Paris, in a Tennessee school shooter? Is that who he's talking about? All right. Well, everybody, I think that's going to be it. I want to thank everybody who's here. There's 93 people watching. Please remember to hit the like. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I'm going to send you on over to another channel. You guys check it out over there. It's called Talking and Drawing with Shane Davis. He's a CG comic book artist, and he's pretty funny and entertaining. He wears outfits and does stuff and talks about a lot of stuff. And he also used to do DC Comics and stuff, so he was really good at that. But so everyone have a nice night, and I'll see you all tomorrow night, or tonight, actually Saturday night, for another show at about 10 o'clock. We'll go over some good stuff and talk and hang out. And I want to thank you for being here, and come on back later again for Jim to tell you the news.